Test, test, test. Hello, how do I sound? Is it okay? Or is it too deep? Excellent. Audio seems good. Voice seems better than usual. Wow. I wonder if that 4 hours of Beowulf did actually get me a little more finesse of control over this thing. Speaking of not having finesse over of control over this thing, let's fucking go! Alright, here we are. We are in. Restart. Go to situation, Snake. There we go. And alright. Crashing up ahead. Hello, and welcome to the Super Bunny Hop Dual-Wielding Crimzon Clover Metal Gear Solid Super Stream. This is the latest iteration in a number of really silly experiments I've been working out of playing multiple games at once and finding out that it's surprisingly more doable than it is. However, if I told you many of the magician's tricks I am employing here... Ah, fuck! It might ruin a bit of the fun, but I see that one of which... You know what? I'm allowed to do this. I'm allowed to run Snake a little bit ahead of the line and, get into a safe spot here. Okay, we got 4, 3... There we go. Alright, we're back. We're back. Hey, if you like shmups, I would be surprised if you hadn't heard about this one, because apparently this is a big one. It was, pretty popular in Japan, running the Comic-Cat Cycle circuit a few years ago. I got notice of it stateside and did a fairly popular video on how neat Japanese indie games are. Just like super duper... Ah, damn! A super duper amount of diligent attention and polish paid to classic genres that are more arcadey than they are narrative. Ah, shit. Getting Snake on and off the ground with having to hold the fire button down in the shmup is one of the primary contenders. One thing that's a happy accident is the serpentining back and forth motion. That can make for good synchronicity between both screens. I gotta get the timer down to 0 to get on the elevator, though. Oh, damn. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Also, a lot of familiar old shmup tricks work. If I panic, I just press the super special attack button, get a few seconds, and more like a few frames, to calm down and think again. How are we feeling tonight? Is the energy carrying over? Doing this mentally refreshes me. I don't lean like that when I usually play games. For some reason, when I do it like this, though... Oh my god, I really feel tension over movements. Small movements are carrying the kind of panic that they have not carried in my gaming habits for several years. I still gotta get Snake out of here in a way that doesn't screw up his crouching routine. And holding the fire button down. No! Dun 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 dun. So, I'm wondering if this means that it's gonna replace the one guard who I did manage to neck snap earlier at the same time as Shmupping. I was a little proud of starting the stream up with that. I've made a few more mistakes and I'd hate to have to restart the hangar from the beginning, but it actually looks like he's not there. Oh, we got 9 seconds, Snake. 9 seconds to move up. Dun 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 dun. 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2. There we go. All right, you know what? Easy, dishonorable, not very honorable, but I'll take it. I should not have taken that. I should have given that a legit try. That felt too easy. Maybe I should come up with a new rule now to not necessarily hold myself to only waiting that timer waiting that timer out. Come on, let's get some gameplay going. Skip those cutscenes, skip those cutscenes. We got like 3 cutscenes in the row on Metal Gear Solid right now. We gotta pause the game delicately on the other screen. Alright, we're back. Yeah. The frames of a clear screen on the other side are like Snake's cue to move up just a few footsteps and then start circling around in the back there. But yeah, if you like shmups, definitely, absolutely, immediately Google Crimzon Clover World Ignition. It's my favorite. World Ignition is just the special title for the re-release of this thing in the West, I believe. We might get an extra mode or something. But I believe it's the same developer as Mushihime-sama, which is another good one. But so far as I have played, I have not really played that many bad shmups at all. There is something remarkably satisfying about weaving that little guy in and out of danger. Yeah! Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, so Snake... Snake just, got about 8 feet of steps of progress. I've got another guard on his upper left. When would be the good opportunity? Now, 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 now? Ah. Damn, my gamer instincts have me wanting to collect all these gold sparkly bits, but it's not a good idea. Okay, we got footsteps chasing after my footsteps now. Let's get out of here, Snake. Damn, I couldn't get them both out at the same time. Ha! Woo! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Okay, now can I actually time... There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna time a spotlight jump. Fuck! Maybe now. Maybe I should break my new rule that I just came up with a few seconds ago and run through now while the game over timer's ticking. Temptation, temptation, temptation. Yes! Alright, I'll take it, I'll take it. That might have been a little dishonorable, but only a little. Damn! Reading chat is hard. Yes, it is. However, I'm gonna do it. I am in need of money. I am playing Crimzon Clover World Ignition at the same time as I am playing Metal Gear Solid, at the same time as I am reading Twitch chat messages, because I am in need of money. I'm 30... I am $30 whole below budget this month. It keeps happening. You gotta have a sense of humor about it, though, in this situation, right? And also the payment plans aren't that horrific to be dealing with. But yeah, anyways, just 30 bucks. That means if everyone does send $1 donations. If you want me to play Crimzon Clover World Ignition at the same time as Metal Gear Solid, at the same time as reading your chat messages, at the same time as reading your donation messages, send in $1 donations now. I won't even be mad if a shitload of $1 little troll messages all of a sudden come up at once. I need $30 to... $30 to not go overdraft on the 31st, so let's get to shamelessly begging at the same time. Did any come up? Oh, we got a subscription. Thanks for the subscription, Waffle Fries. Let's see if we can get Snake a few steps ahead out of the truck at the same time as the little ship's dodging and weaving in between all these things. The sense of movement that this does to you is something else. Why am I leaning? Why have I not leaned to that left and right physiological temptation tick that brand new baby gamers for the first time are always feeling? But I haven't felt that in years. Is this actually how you keep things interesting as a 30-plus-year-old gamer? Is this actually what it takes? Woo! I'll pay you 30 bucks to play Snake Eater European Extreme. I'll hit you one better. Snake Eater European Extreme with the original camera angles only. Come on, Snake, come on, get in there, get in there. No! Come on, get in, it's fine, we'll deal with it, we'll deal with it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Woo! Alright. So, we got a little bit of quiet time. Oh, no quiet time in the shmup, though, no quiet time in the shmup. There were maybe like 8 whole frames of quiet time. Basically, this is going to be a look to the right and hold forward challenge in Metal Gear Solid for a little while for the next chunk of gameplay. However, once I get Snake out of these vents, holding the forward button down is actually going to be a little rough. How many opportunities do we have? I actually am disoriented in Metal Gear Solid for the first time in 30 years. Where those rats were how I oriented myself just now. Those mice, I mean. Where'd the Twitch chat go? Yeah, Spill Politet says, I'll pay you 30 bucks to play Snake Eater European Extreme. Oh shit, I ignored the shmup for a little too long. I'll raise you one better. I'm playing Snake Eater on the original camera angles when that one comes. When I break the emergency glass for that poverty stream, it's gonna be original camera angles only. Yeah! Man. Am I actually going to be able to get Snake out of these vents? I have to hold forward for several seconds at a time. Oh my god, I'll just dodge the bullets at the top of the screen instead of the bottom. That's how we'll make this work. Holy shit, frame rate is taking a dive. Frame rate is taking a dive from the post-processing water effect in Metal Gear Solid going on at the same time as the shmup. Oh, damn. What was that? A 360-degree bullet arc? I got 10 seconds. Follow the rats. Follow the rats. Three. 2, and that's enough rat following. Let's keep going. I need to scroll up on the Twitch chat. I have to let go of the controls for a second to scroll up. What is that gonna do? Ah! Okay, scroll. Good evening! Hello, Steady Pace, welcome! Okay, I just saw one Twitch chat message. Do more, slip into the corner, follow the rats, Yeah! I gotta tuck into the upper right corner. No, that's not gonna work. I think I really should just give Snake a break while I finish the boss battle here, where I have to stay at the bottom of the screen. Check it out, looks amazing. Yeah, so what is it? Bald Mountain Gorillas. That's the shmup guy in here. Let me know how the first day of the rest of your life goes when you check out Crimzon Clover World Ignition. Available, there we go, on a local Steam gaming machine near you. Oh boy. To wait for the guard to start turning around and moving away. I should have moved Snake up one notch. Look at my body movements. This is insane how easy it is to get sucked in here. Oh man, more vents. I can't believe how the vents are now a worse sight than the guards. Ah! If I look away from that shmup for a second. Okay, let's get as much forward momentum as we can for these 8 seconds. Also scroll down, update chat. Good Lord visual. Hell yeah! George watching the VOD from last Monday. Have you seen Immortals? Yes, from 2011. I recall a bunch of the style you're looking for. Oh shit, gotta continue on with the shmupping. Yeah, Immortals, I recall being interesting. However, I recall not being able to figure out a single thing that was going on in that film. I remember being visually interested in the final scene that looked like a ceiling Baroque painting, but that kind of art motif, I believe, is somewhat pretty far off from how most ancient Greek, during ancient Greek times, how they had their art looking. Immortals from 2001 was a movie full of sexy, buff, naked people fighting ugly monsters in dark rooms. I remember a village that existed on a cliff that didn't really have any farms. I was asking myself what did they eat and not being able to answer it very well, but it seemed like it was the kind of case where the story was so explicitly mythological and supernatural that you're not supposed to care about that stuff in the first place, so maybe I should give it another go. I don't know, like, I remember not hating it, but also just not remembering much about it at all in the grand scheme of things. Oh! However, if you want to talk about fun mythology movies, boy oh boy, do I have a good one for you. How many of us in here are fans of the 1999 hit cult classic that bombed in the marketplace, but has since, I believe, recouped through home video sales in some version or another, VHS, DVD streaming? The 13th Warrior was the best possible movie I ever could have possibly watched after doing Beowulf. After doing Beowulf itself in like a bardic traditional style, where there was a little bit of spoken word improv involved, to a crowd for 4 hours, where I was like fighting back manly tears at some of the sad moments, just completely sucked into Beowulf for hours, and then watching the 13th Warrior afterwards was wonderful. I then got on some certain websites on the internet where I find a lot of good books these days, and looked up the history book it's based off of, the travel journals of Ahmed ibn Farhan or Fadlan, the Muslim, Islam, Arabic traveler who was the guy the story's based off of. Amazing things are going on in that movie. It's absolutely incredible, and I am now of the opinion that it was too smart for American audiences and too smart for the critics. If you do the readings ahead of time, the 13th Warrior is all-time classic good movie stuff. Antonio Banderas, yeah, Antonio Banderas in brown face doing a really bad Arabic accent, my friend, or some kind of accent along those lines, is the primary protagonist, and that in and of itself is really interesting when looking at this movie through the lens of a mythicist who just went through Beowulf and has been getting super duper deep into the ancient storytelling traditions. What's going on with Metal Gear? Why did our cutscene crash or something? Oh my god, is this too much? Hang on. Dun 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 dun. Metal Gear crashed. We just had an actual Metal Gear .exe has failed to continue processing because this is too much. That's fine. We'll bring it back. I don't know if I'll be able to resume at that exact same part, but you know what? That's fine. We don't necessarily have to go through a perfect unbroken continuity, because there should already be more than enough saves available already on the list. But yeah, I recall missing a bunch of context, but liking what I saw as a kid. Yeah, Eventrees. This is a perfectly fine, satisfying popcorn movie, too. Because it's following the traditions and sticking to a timelessly proven formula. So... The 13th Warrior is a work of a long evolution of a continuity of heroic mythic traditions. What the filmmakers have done is plugged a real-life person who had an admittedly interesting adventure in real life, but they took his tale and integrated it into the existing traditional legend of Beowulf, and exaggerated the heroics of the real person character in question to the point where he kills... Oh boy, tank hanger, that's where we're at. To the point where the real actual person, Ahmed ibn Fadlan, kills 50 bad guys survives all sorts of lethal wounds a normal human being would have survived. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta use, oh shit, we got $1. This SAID, this number nonsense. Thanks for the $1 SAID. 6070, 97B, 19, 23, 95, 37, 97. Your appreciation is, appreciated. Furthermore, you have set an example that other people can follow. Right? Any minute now? Anyways, the 13th Warrior exaggerates the already pretty interesting history journal written by a real guy into a demigod sort of territory where he is, by virtue of the action movie cliches of modern times, a supernatural demigod hero who's gonna survive all sorts of blows and endure and feel nothing about killing tens of his bad guy enemies. I don't want to be shmupping at the same time as the roof comm tower. I was in the tank hangar. Tank hangar B. Why is he not in the tank hangar, but instead in the comm tower? Oh, maybe I could have some fun shmupping at the same time as a unlimited ammo bandana run. New method. Pause and play. Let's go. The difficulty's probably gonna be too high to shmup at the same time. Unless I pause and play. I don't know if pausing and playing is honorable enough. The fixed axis on the Shmup 2 is also a bit of an issue. And the lack of a radar, too. Okay. New plan. Quit to main menu. Yes. No. Ah! No, I accidentally closed it. I was not expecting crashes. My method had not accounted for the possibility of one of these two games just straight up crashing. I almost admire the...
This is Snake.
The depth of intentionality with which these things are meant to be played. To the point where getting some quiet time in of a moment where things stop is like gonna require the software itself to crash and fail. Alright, we'll give this another go and remember to save prodigiously with Mei Ling. Okay, Antonio Banderas playing Ahmed Ibn Fadlan means that American audiences in 1999 had to identify with a Muslim protagonist who is portrayed very, very positively. They portray him as an enlightened, educated, hygienic, civilized gentleman living in the wilderness of an ancient medieval time period with unwashed, uncivilized, supernatural, superstitious pagan, barbarian, Viking types. So audiences in modern times in the West using a Islamic character for that point of view is very, very interesting, considering the snowball that was rolling, what was about to happen, and the snowballs that had been rolling, and how Muslim characters for the next decade or so in Hollywood would be more defined by how well they manage their Islamophobia, whereas here the worst problem they're managing is the Orientalism. He's depicted with slightly inaccurate stereotyping rather than vengefully passionate hatred. But, the idea of that kind of character having that kind of attitude in that kind of situation also tracks with the real history as well. At the beginning of the movie, he says that Baghdad is the busiest, most beautiful, well-developed, prettiest, cleanest city on Earth, and for a good chunk of medieval Dark Ages times, that was absolutely positively the case, and no historian will argue with you about that. The movie very interestingly employs its place in real-life politics to square the circle of an interesting dynamic to real-life history, to participate in the Beowulf tradition, while additionally providing a tried-and-true Seven Samurai-style myth of a story about a fate-chosen hero going above and beyond the call of duty to be immortalized and remembered forever. But in the context of the modern viewer, the fates, the gods, are the writers of the movie. And the miraculous wounds that he survives and the miraculous amount of enemies that he kills are squared away with a mutual understanding between audience and producer that comes from understanding that the contrivances of fiction will be coming from writers in Hollywood rather than from gods in Olympus. Furthermore, the way that the movie handles the psychology of the magic and monsters and superstitions of the pagan mindset, possibly Julian Jaynes influenced, strikes another very interesting chord, where the educated, quote-unquote civilized protagonist from the well-developed lands of the Middle East is seeing the world in literally a different way than the pagan polytheistic characters. It's pretty funny that it's Ahmed ibn Fadlan who is teaching the characters about Bible stories and humility and pacifism. That is all a very interesting dynamic that I absolutely don't think you would see happening in a Hollywood movie since 9/11 up to and including now. I cannot think of other movies in recent memory that had such a positive portrayal of a Muslim protagonist that was a conscious and important effort to the political landscape of American relationships with the Muslim world at the time in '99. I was going off track a bit with some earlier bits about, participating in the mythic tradition by taking a real-life guy and exaggerating his heroics. Plugging that into the existing Beowulf legend where there is an interesting, reinterpretation of the Julian Jaynes bicameral mind sort of stuff going on. The Vikings are talking as if their brains are photoshopping magic and monsters on top of the images their eyeballs are seeing. The Crusades had a pretty good portrayal of... Yeah, I should watch City of God, shouldn't I? I was watching through a Muslim history course from the Great Courses. Oh, no, this wasn't the Great Courses. This was Abdul Hakam Murad. He has a very funny line about how in Muslim history, in the Muslim world, the First Crusade was a big deal. It contributed to a lot of changes that were then implemented successfully for the preceding attempts at crusade. Narrative of Muslim history calls the Second, Third, and Fourth Crusades an attempt at crusade rather than a real actual one. But anyways, that's besides the point of this really cool movie that I saw and enjoyed, which had start, save game, continue, no. Continue. that had very interesting psychology plugged into the religious mindsets of the characters. It's... Despite having all of these brainy overtones and, implications, it is a very formulaic, reliable, satisfying action movie that is a popcorn flick full of tense action that is filmed and cut to a viscerally exciting sense of pacing.
This is McDonald Miller.
Where was I going with that one? I am keeping the train of thought going between these two games, and it's... the speech jamming going on is palpable, is it not? Yes, okay. It's very, very pulpy, formulaic. They plug not Abdul Hakam Murad, Ahmed ibn Fadlan. They plug Ahmad ibn Fadlan into a kitschy hero's journey that almost reads like a Buck Jones science fiction adventure on an alien planet, where our fish-out-of-water protagonist, who's just your average schmuck modern self-insert type guy, who's named Ahmad ibn Fadlan, is going on a pulpy adventure on and off an alien planet where his outsider's perspective helps a persecuted village battle away some bullies in an incredibly formulaic hero's journey that is so similar in spirit to any Dances with Wolves style, Seven Samurai style story that goes smoothly. It's a smooth movie. I don't know... I think it failed because of overcompetition. In '99, it was competing with stuff like Phantom Menace and Blair Witch Project. I think Titanic was '98. Audiences might have just been spoiled for choice when it came to good and reliably entertaining popcorn flicks of the time. This managed to be a reliably entertaining popcorn flick with an amazing amount of intellectual meat to chew on. And that is what the ancient poems are as well. That is what any good episode of mythology is as well. I can't believe how remarkably impressed I was by this super cool movie and the somewhat disappointing Wikipedia read about how fabulously it failed in the market. Also, I tried to read the Roger Ebert review, and that was nuts. Like, he just gave it no chance whatsoever. He assumed there was no thinking going on, when the cult classic line of defense now for 13 Warrior fans is to say that it was too smart. There was too much thinking going on. When I think the Ebert review is evidence that it does work as a dumb movie as well. It works just as well as a dumb movie as it does a smart movie. And just as much as like teenagers and kids and maybe young energetic adults eager to prove themselves might have grown into appreciating the Iliad for all the heroics and the violence and how much empowering action, empowering adrenaline rushing action scenes there are. The Iliad is also very, very intellectually deep and complex. Oh, geez. We got another donation. We got $10. This is a total mental overstimulation. Absolutely, and I am actually really enjoying it. The rhythm of my talk is coming in and out of the little frames of peace I have in the gameplay, and like the stress that the gameplay is adding almost feels like it's adding on the talk. I'm hearing myself lose my train of thought sometimes. We're going for total mental overstimulation on the stream tonight. Yeah, funny joke in response to that donation message that was sent about 30 seconds ago. Finally hit me 30 seconds afterwards. Yeah, tonight we're going for a total mental overstimulation run. Metal Gear Solid on the left, Crimson Clover World Edition on the right. Reading chat, talking about intellectual movie criticism in the head. Okay, so yeah, I think that should end. Oh god. A decent train of thought on 13 Warrior. For now, I appreciate that movie for not only being an entertaining, reliable, good classic Hollywood popcorn adventure flick, but for knowing what the purpose for those things are in the 3,000-year-old context of human history. It was a satisfying, entertaining popcorn flick about satisfying, entertaining popcorn flicks in one of the most fun ways to uncover as you as the viewer go through the puzzle work of doing the criticism of finding out what these more unspoken implications behind the movie are. What a wonderful movie. What a wonderful evening. That was really like, I am learning how to adopt with the situation here. What is Mei Ling worried about now? Ah! Did I actually save? I don't know. Yes, cell D. Okay, I did save. We're good, we're good. Okay, we got 3 seconds to catch one shot. The Pokemon movie too. Wait, was the Pokemon movie good? Someone invented Bullet Heaven to describe Vampire Survivors since never played Vampire Survivors. I don't know. I've been out of the loop. I've been so out of the loop for gaming, and yet I still can't stop thinking about games. I don't know, man. This is like just some kind of next level of game criticism where I'm now expanding my generalization up to entire genres and mediums instead of just one individual title. Doing one individual game review seems so quaint now compared to what I'd like to be doing. But George is in the zone. Thank you, Mei Ling. I feel like if Jacob Collier streamed video games, it would look like this. Who's Jacob Collier? I'm interested in knowing that. Tapping into some one-man band synergies is something I want to be working on with the current state of my career, absolutely. The Iliad project is supposed to be impressive partly because of a impressive one-man band effect. Did my $5 donation go through? It appeared on screen, but if you didn't receive the money, I'm gonna cry. Okay, no, steady pace. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Steady pace. I'm so sorry. Listen, there's a lot going on, and I'm trying my darndest, okay? No, say, get up. Anon Emus tipped $10. Steady pace. This is some weak shit, George. I want to see you play a third game on the DS with your feet. How would I stream that, though? I never did get to figure out how to stream DS games. I don't know if I'm super interested in doing it in the first place, because I imagine that requires some, expensive, fancy hardware. Oh! Oh, this is the trick! This is the method, is it not? We have learned the method! Okay, I actually have to claw grip the controller, because for Metal Gear Solid, you have to hold shoot and move at the same time. That's too many fingers. 4 of the 5 fingers of my right hand are being employed at once right now. This is amazing and it's actually fun. And Metal Gear Solid... I thought it crashed. I thought I crashed the game again. This is gaming. I don't care. I feel like I've unlocked a new level of gaming. I've been burnt out for years. I felt like there was nothing left for me anymore. I felt like I had done everything. I'd seen everything. I've thought all the thoughts gaming can do. I was wrong. I was wrong. And the nano machines. Yeah, back to game. Let's do this. Ah, shit. Whenever moving forward is the most interesting problem to think about at a speed this fast, because it means that you're giving Snake a few micro frames of vulnerability. No. Snake wants to move forward. You're giving your ship a few microseconds of vulnerability that you're constantly pushing backwards and forwards. Yes, no, I'm telling you guys, there's something going on with my feeling of movement right now that is unlike any other game I've played in the past 15 years. I've never leaned like that. This keeps happening whenever I, dual wield. Shit. Whenever I dual wield, I care my physiology, my psychology. No, it might actually be physiology. My brain-body interface cares more about small on-screen movements than it ever has in years. That's nuts. There's got to be something else, something going on here. Can we get a psychologist on the phone? Can a neuroscientist please explain to me why I am enjoying this much this kind of an unwieldy experience of mental stimulation? Because there's a satisfying rhythm to keep between the... Ah! Ah! Okay, the rhythm, the method is to get your two characters matched up and then start making little itty-bitty movements, one bit at a time. God, I gotta get the C4. You're just building a mental structure, that's how the brain works? Yes, yes. Thank you, Ron Cinephile. Believe it or not, there is a learning process. It's fun. It's really fun, though. There's no way this looks as fun as it actually feels. It has felt like that every time I've given this a try. Oh, I guess we shouldn't underestimate the feat of a man who put his face on socks. Let me say that again. Oh, I guess we shouldn't underestimate the mind of a man who put his face onto socks. I guess we shouldn't underestimate the feat of a man who put his face on socks. I guess we shouldn't underestimate the feat of a man who put his face on socks. Alright, did I get the C4? That's right. There's still something worth fighting for. Try beating the level 5 boss without using a continue. No way, buddy. No way. Ain't no way in hell that's gonna happen. What's my name gonna be? Okay. This is another interesting problem to solve. Listen to this, guys. Sid Meier immortalized himself in history, not with the Civ games, but with the famous game design quote, that a good game is a series of interesting decisions. Is that not what I have been facing here at a frame-by-frame basis? We have another interesting decision coming up, and that is how to type our accurate name in 60 seconds without screwing up the Metal Gear game. Okay, so it's, yeah, menu selections in Metal Gear are different buttons than they are in Crimzon Clover. I accidentally pressed the wrong one. I don't care. You know what? That just gives it the flavor. Okay, we got a little quiet time before we save this. Hell, yeah, no, we'll save it for a replay, just in case I want to see what dual wielding looks for. Do you want to exit replay save? Yes. Okay, let's get Snake up. Go into the breach. We're gonna have to call Mei Ling. We have a boss battle ahead of us in Metal Gear Solid, and that's gonna be very interesting. Quiet time in the shmup. That is good. I could probably exploit that without too many bad button presses between the two games. Should I be getting these extra items, or is the difficulty easy enough to avoid? Did you guys notice me flip my head just now? Woo! George wants some harmony. That's two things existing at the same time. It's so true. I yearn for harmony. That's the time we live in right now. We are facing a lack
you can't use your radar in that area. There's some
harmony.
kind of electronic jamming coming from there.
Back. Damn! I wanted to take advantage of the Mei Ling talk, but accidentally came out too soon.
Snake, you can't use your radar in that
Right. Oh shit! Another Oh, that wasn't a donation noise. That was just the cash register putting a coin in the shmup machine. All right, what chat messages did I make? Just making connections. That's how you sell suck merch. You're just building a mental structure. That's how it works. I thought the biggest problem was going to be holding the stylus in between his toes, but George seems to be on another. I'll give DS games with my foot a shot sometime. I blame the success of the Xbox 360 gamepad for destroying novel input methods. Agreed, actually, unironically. Gameplay is just being in the moment, no different than music. I think there really is something to there. There's a decipherable rhythm to this madness that is, insane. Okay, what's the money doing? 10, 15, 16, gotta beg for money later, but I'll hold that thought for now. I want to shmup some more. I want to reliably save Metal Gear Solid for one, because I don't know if... I'm not getting the quote. Overwrite, yeah. Why is she not giving me a quote, though? That's making me a little nervous. Oh boy, in any case, let's do it. Push start game.
Snake, you can't use your radar in that area.
Okay, much love. Hey, welcome, Twisted Operator. How are you going? No, wrong button again. Start game. Start game. Start game.
Be careful, Snake.
Let's
You can't use a
bump
radar in that area.
one up.
There's some kind of
Standard mode. I think I will have to try a little harder. I don't want to save, but I also don't want to pick Type 3, but that's going to have to be the compromise between these two parties. My god, we have a boss fight with Ocelot now. What in the world is that going to be like? I should equip the ration. Whew! Imagine doing something like this in VR. I would gladly imagine that. Yeah, one image in one eyeball, a different image in another eyeball. Fucking, I would figure it out. We got a new laser. We got a new laser to deal with. Oh! Even this is easier than I expected it to be. Ah, damn.
Better hurry up.
Multitasking is a myth, yeah. I'm not multitasking, I'm unitasking. The one task I'm doing is dual-wielding. I am doing the one task of dual-wielding. What are you talking about? I'm not multitasking. I am playing the one metagame I invented by smushing these two other games together. I can't believe how doable this is. Like, Grant, it's... You're pretty good. Oh no, now we're skipping through cutscenes because of the buttons. Let's see how long I can keep a normal Metal Gear Solid cutscene on going. Oh, damn, I can't. Like, holding the fire button down is screwing it up. It's so nice to be able to concentrate only on the shmup for once. Like taking a warm bath. Like watching a dumb, stupid movie you don't gotta think about. I only have to watch one screen. Haha. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna get dementia and die at the age of 50 doing this. What we do to distract ourselves from everyday life, huh? This is commendable. I honestly think so. I've found something here. I've actually found something here. I am enjoying this more than anyone... I still enjoy a good Metal Gear. I still enjoy a good shmup, but I'm enjoying something new by smushing them together. I'm like flinging, this little physiological tics are coming out, like the leaning. Another thing, you guys can't see it on the camera, but I kind of like fling the controller when I press a button and I expect to see a result in my left eyeball peripheral vision. It makes me want to put a little more motion for some reason. I don't know if it makes me want to. It makes me subconsciously put a little more... I did not think a single word about putting more motion in the controller, but for some reason I'm putting more motion in the controller. Yeah, look at this rhythm. I'm seeing something change in my left eyeball with every one of those button presses, and right now it's not a big deal, and it feels nice to just focus on one. Brain hell. Ah, God. My fingers are tunneling out. I've been so productive lately that I'm actually also dealing with some carpal tunnel syndrome symptoms this week. I've been typing and clicking on the mouse too much after far too long of a period of not doing it enough. Okay, so the next challenge Snake has to face against is saving the game and then typing a number into... Typing Meryl's phone number into the codec is going to be a real interesting problem to solve. Something's going on with the way Metal Gear Solid loads audio files. Something's going on with the way Metal Gear Solid PC Integral version loads in the audio files because something about multitasking between these two games is screwing up the flow of Mei Ling's dialogues. let's... I feel pretty good about investigating the goodies in the next room over. I don't even need them. Let's get Snake out of here. Ah! It's, Nah. Nah, it would be too dishonorable for me to exploit the continue timing for this section. Let's fucking go! Wait, why are you not moving, Snake? Okay, let's come on, get up. Let's fucking go! I want to do actual Metal Gear Solid stealth at the same time as the schmuffin stuff. This is one of the most classic, prototypical rules of Metal Gear Solid arcade stealth. Nice, clean squares in a 3x3 grid, right? Isn't that the B2 armory? The glances between both screens are yielding good data. Peripheral vision's yielding good data. Thinking out loud isn't slowing me down too much. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I will exploit 10 seconds of peace for that. There's not even any items on the other side. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 Oh no, the thoughts are slowing down, I'm not thinking out loud anymore, Words are starting to fail. It's getting replaced by rhythmic visions and hunches of muscle memory. Mouthing the music makes the words stop. Twitch chat, let me know right now. Manipulate the brain of your favorite Twitch streamer right now by asking if you want to hear me mouthing music or thinking out loud, thinking in words. I mean, the thoughts right now under this load might not be words. They're not words. I do better when I don't think words. What do we want? Do we want commentary or performance? Yeah, this has happened before. I'm really just the latest continuity of the ancient tradition. The dead art from the 80s of putting a quarter in one machine next to another machine. Recite the entire history of the Roman Empire. Okie dokie, no problem. I believe it begins in mythological history with the refugee Aeneas sailing across the Mediterranean Ocean from Greece after escaping from the Trojan War. Aphrodite favored Aeneas, Pandarus, Paris. Aphrodite favored a lot of Trojan characters in the war and helped them escape death. Aeneas is one of those, and he's the founding patriarchal father in mythology of Roman history, but the lines in mythology blur between real fiction and fiction because the most powerful Roman families of the circa 3rd century onwards around time year 0 were claiming hereditary ancestry from that line, so that is why I used it to introduce the history. In real life, I think the historians will tell you that it's more like a confederation of Italian tribes got fed up with some kind of previous ruler, decided to start taking in outcasts and outsiders from previous tribes, and found a new one of their own off of some basis of a kind of cultural assimilation method going on. That would continue for about 1,000 years. For the first 500, was it 800 years? For the first 500 or 800 years, either one of those two, Rome was a totalitarian kingdom. There were a lot of really bad, shitty kings that the people hated, and so they decided to have a popular revolt and follow the example of some Greek states. So what would this have been, 500, 400 BC? They overthrow the kings and turn it into a representative democracy. This is remarkably close to the current American system and was absolutely on the papers of the Federalist Papers when the United States was being founded. They were modeling the government of America off of the Roman Republic, which ultimately did not end up lasting. The Roman Republic, I want to say, was a fairly benign era for Rome. I don't think the quality of living for your average Roman would have been any greater or lower than your average Greek or your average Anatolian, maybe a little better than your average Egyptian. But one thing, an interesting dynamic to this period when Rome was a kingdom and then an early republic, is that it was kind of a backwater. Rome was not built in a day. It was a underdeveloped, underpopulated backwater for a good portion, hundreds of years of this early history, and was thus considered not a particularly large threat to the larger empires in the east that were developing, like the Greek Macedonian Empire, which had just been consolidated by Alexander the Great. Taking over the Italian state of Rome was not a priority for Alexander for this reason. He could say that he had conquered all the relevant parts of the known world while completely ignoring Italy because of just how underdeveloped it was at the time. However, all of the wars and conquering that were going on amongst the Greek city-states, where most of the world's developed institutions were housed, ultimately weakened it and allowed a Roman takeover about a century and a half or maybe 2 centuries after the Alexander takeover. Alexander's Macedonian Empire broke up into a lot of warring civil warring successor states called the Diadochi, who were unable to resist Roman conquering. Now, one thing to keep in mind for the modern audience as well is that all of this conquering going on to a seemingly predictable linear schedule was is another weird thing for the modern mind to wrap our heads around. Back in ancient history, in the Bronze Age and early Iron Ages, and really more or less until Christianity, conquering was thought of as a good thing. Fucking horrible. Capturing new ground for your people in your city-state, where the primary political unit of government was a city, the more and more of a blob of an empire existed around that city, the safer it was thought the people inside that city-state would ultimately be, because any foreign enemies would have to make it through so many buffer states first. History is ironic, and it turns out that Rome got sacked maybe about a good 5 times of its history through enemies that turned out to be a hell of a lot closer. So conquering was considered a good thing, so the casus belli for Romans conquering their way across the Mediterranean were regarded as being fairly flimsy. They would try to start a war off of some just cause, but nevertheless with the implied utterly aggressor end goal of having more territory to add to the empire later on. And so you would end up having something that many would argue is the current American method of waging war through foreign policy, and that is the preemptive strike against a scary-looking enemy whose territory you can then occupy and claim, oftentimes with actual real evidence, that they were so very scared of the Romans invading that they were preparing to invade themselves. I bring this up because the big war that initially did stamp the Roman Empire permanently down into the next few centuries of history would have been the Punic Wars, where the other major Mediterranean early Iron Age power to the slight east of them, more southeast, was Carthage. It was not a big Greek empire. It was not beating a big Greek empire that put Rome on the map. It was beating Carthage. And first on their way, they had to conquer the rest of the Italian states as well. But as far as like a what a modern person could call a multinational, powerful superpower, it was Carthage. They tried to justify it with a just war. This is why I brought up all the stuff about the casus belli and their philosophy towards colonialism and conquering and how they justified it. The First Punic War was started over the right to defend an underpowered city that was under attack from greater powers. It was Syracuse. Syracuse was Syracuse, I believe, was fighting something that was kind of like a civil war that for the the sympathetic Syracusans felt more like a bandit attack, but to the bandits would have felt more like a civil war. There were about 3 major city-states on the island of Sicily that were all vying for hegemonic control over the island of Sicily, and it was Syracuse in particular that Rome and Carthage both were kind of sort of competing with the allyship for over the protection of this weaker city-state under a more powerful empire. The sphere of influence over Sicily ultimately did not have room for both, and a war was started between Rome and Carthage that escalated into a superpower conflict between 2 ancient Mediterranean city-states that were at the time at the top of the list, partially out of fortune of opportunity because the Greek world and the Egyptian world and the Babylonian world had been so utterly devastated by centuries upon centuries of their own prior wars. The Roman hegemony that follows is remarkably more stable for reasons we will get into shortly. Now, I also have to put in Meryl's phone number, and that is proving difficult because of the movements of the ship on the right half of the screen. So that means pressing the cancel button, there we go, holding down right for a little while until we hit 15, and then pressing a confirmation button that's going to bring both games back into synchronicity again, where I can now focus my brain power on the history recitation. Okay, where were we? First Punic War. I am not quite as clear on the details of how... Hey, let's actually take a break to respond to Twitch chat. Whoever throws the first punch loses the fight. I see someone else's samurai. How does the agricultural evolution lead to such a system as states? Unfortunately, it has to do with who has to do the shitty work. Having a successful army in the ancient world meant maintaining a class of people who did not have to do work all day. Instead, they were training formations all day. Alexander's army, the Spartan army, the Roman army are all regarded as being exceptionally well-trained and well-disciplined because they were supported by a busy economy of a much lower overworked class of people who were really doing the work while the soldiers were doing the fighting. And there is a somewhat, to modern minds and modern morality, interesting moral dynamic to explore there, because unlike what was happening in medieval times, and you know, there are exceptions to it in all sorts of stories, but the farmer estate system is a system that bleeds into the Venn diagram between the farmer estate system and the citizen soldiery systems bleed into each other in a pretty interesting way, where it did create for a very long time a sustainable class of professional armies who spent all day training, and it's you know, by modern standards, absolutely unethical and amoral, and the proof of the Machiavellian might makes right war economy. In Metal Gear Solid 4 is all about making sure the world's economy does not go back to this kind of similar system, but the idea was that families that owned farmland could win farmland. They were rewarded with farmland after a certain period of service. And being able to turn a profit on a farm has always been, you know, not 100% reliable, but generally more reliable than working labor. This system where a foreigner could integrate themselves into Roman society through military service and then start a multi-generational inherited farm stuck for such a long time that that's almost kind of sort of what the Enlightenment scholars of the 1700s were trying to remake current liberal government systems into recapturing. However, what they certainly absolutely did not want to do is have it funded off of a war economy. Oopsie whoopsie, it might have ended up happening anyway. But let's go back in time to Rome, where we're coming up with these horrible, morbid issues of militant economic, social systems was one of the questions someone in Twitch chat gave me, and I hope my answer was a little satisfying. This is the content I didn't know I wanted. Where were we on the historical narrative? We were going through the Punic Wars when Rome establishes itself as the dominant ancient power over the primary former interest in Greek or Egyptian or Babylonian powers. The Greek world is very slowly conquered by Rome. The Carthaginian world is relatively quickly conquered by Rome. The Carthaginian wars are a fun, it takes, I want to say, maybe 2 to 3 generations. 60 to 80 year long process. First Punic War might have been 10 years. Second Punic War might have been 15 to 20 years. A very uneasy stalemate between. At the time, they thought it was peace. With retrospect, we now know it was an uneasy stalemate. Funny stories, those Punic Wars. The second one has a funny story that I really like, and that has to do with a very fun character that history buffs all love, but for some reason there haven't been any good movies made about this guy, and that's Hannibal Baraka. Why Metal Gear Solid froze? Metal Gear Solid froze! Playing Crimson Clover at the same time as Metal Gear, at the same time as reciting memories of history lectures on Rome, has caused Metal Gear Solid to freeze, and we gotta relaunch it again and pick up back up from our last mailing save. So, the first Punic War ends in a somewhat humiliating... Okay, the first Punic War ends with humiliating stories shared across both sides, but it ends with a humiliating defeat on the Carthaginian side. A humiliating story for the Romans in the beginning of the first Punic War, though, involves them learning how to wage naval battle for the first time. And then in a couple decades, as history would go, Rome turns out to quickly become the master of naval combat. Previously, the Carthaginians were the masters of naval combat. They had very sturdy, strong ship designs that could sail fast, and ram into other ships with iron rams placed at the tip of their boats quite reliably. They had good methods for coming up with good tactics for how incredibly strange and unwieldy to the naked eyeball this style of naval combat works. It took definitely a lot of brains and cleverness to figure this out, and one unfortunate flaw in their plan, though, was that these overcomplicated ship designs of theirs included little construct by IKEA matching symbol instructions scratched down onto the planks of woods that were helping the shipbuilders snap all these complicated joints into one another and wrap their minds around the physics of the shipbuilding. The Romans were very much able to read these printed... One of the Carthaginians, after... it's such a funny story. After utterly getting their asses kicked in some horrible, horrific human tragedy of war, where something like 20 Roman ships went against a fleet of 20 Carthaginian ships, and every single one of those Roman ships died, and only one Carthaginian ship accidentally washed up on shore. That one Carthaginian ship they captured and reverse engineered into their own, and in a few decades' time they had figured out the methods and were able to sail a fleet back over to Carthage and exploit a moment of political vulnerability where the Carthaginian Senate, which, by the way, was a republic. This is another modern misconception. Ancient republics around this century were not uncommon. There is a window of ancient history that lasted for about a century where your average city-state was not a totalitarian dictatorship with a king. What do we got here? $20. This is an excellent history lesson. Thank you. Reading is hard. Okay, am I no longer overdraft 20, 30? Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and go to PayPal and start that transfer so I don't have to worry about it while engaging such intense brain power for this stuff. Woo! The Roman naval combat doctrine improved very dramatically after centuries of Phoenician and Carthaginian, Phoenicians being the predecessors of the Carthaginian, naval doctrine being the dominant one. So yeah, what you can learn from these history lessons is that democracy is fucking chaotic. Republics are fucking chaotic. And in this context, those two words are somewhat synonymous. Republic does not necessarily mean the bad thing. In fact, in this context, you would, compared actually to the direct democracy of Greece, maybe you would rather have a representative republic like Rome in this context. Carthage was a republic. You know, nowadays it's easy. They lost. They lost history There are not many Carthaginian records left. It's easy to assume that there were battles between polar opposite ideologies and philosophies and political systems. The real story is a sad political tragedy between two superpowers who have so many mutual interests that neither of their policies seem compatible with the existence of the other, and is absolutely worth a closer look in modern times. History would have gone extremely differently had these wars never happened, nor had the Roman victory ever happened. And the concept of a hegemonic, stable world power being the catalyst for stable, good times may never have ended up worming its way into the brains of powerful people ever since, either. Rome and Carthage butted heads very dramatically, and it took 2 generations to work both wars out. The first one has embarrassing losses on both sides, but it ultimately ended with an embarrassing land battle on Carthage's side against Rome. Carthage's military doctrine was to focus most of its energies on the navy, very little energies on the army. They used mercenaries for most of their army. And ultimately, what ended up happening is a payment dispute with the mercenaries. At the end of the First Punic War, when Romans had started to figure out the naval battles and the news started coming in that it might not go as good as they thought, the mercenaries started losing confidence, and that was a weak link in the chain that butterflied into a very humiliating loss where Carthage was forced to pay restitutions it could not afford to for many generations. Most of the Carthaginian wealthy families, who also would have been operating on this kind of citizen soldiery farming estate system where slaves and laborers do the work, but can very slowly over generations risk their lives fighting military service and end up getting lucky enough to get inheritable land and thus inheritable wealth for the next few generations down their line afterwards. Carthage, believe it or not, I say believe it or not because it does sound shocking to the modern mind, but absolutely makes sense in political reality. Carthage operated on a similar system. You should imagine similar powers of a similar size butting heads. They have similar political philosophies, but different military doctrines. Carthage, the average Carthaginian was then going to look forward to 2 generations of being very poor, and they hated it. One family in particular raised a kid to hate it especially much in particular, and that's the Barakas. The character in Mortal Kombat, I believe, is named after this guy. Is he? Baraka, Hannibal Barca. A famous Carthaginian general groomed his son into becoming an even better famous Carthaginian general, and his son was apparently so good at it. It's like a proto-Napoleon almost. Apparently, this Hannibal Barca was so scary of a force that the Carthaginian Senate distrusted him and thought that he would lead a rebellion because of how, partially because of how weakened the Carthaginian state had become. So they kind of sort of give him orders to build his army in Spain instead of in Carthage. And he ends up founding a civilization of children who grow up to worship him as a god over the next 20 years. It's absolutely nuts, the psychology going on in this story, and how the very serious historians will tell you this apparently is how it actually worked. The wealthy, well-armored, they know metallurgy, they know how to build big buildings and set big fires and build heavy armor like the Romans do. This very advantaged, supported, wealthy state of Carthage sends an army over from an exceptionally good general to basically conquer, obliterate, groom, brainwash the indigenous people living in Spain who stood no chance whatsoever. He genocided the generation that was there when he found them, and then groomed the children into worshiping him as a god, and raised an army that he then, 20 years after starting, because that's how long it took for these kids to grow up, marched it across the inland overland route to Rome, which was also remarkably unexpected and something that never happened again for 2,000 years. Napoleon incorporated it into his propaganda 2,000 years later when he made a similar move under much easier circumstances. Yeah, it's the Second Punic War needs a movie. There will be a Hannibal movie. I think Denzel Washington is starring. And oh no, the government of Libya, the current modern day location of Carthage, apparently has some bones to pick over the racial casting of Hollywood's choice for Hannibal. But very normal George here. How's George doing? I wrapped off the point. But yeah, the Second Punic War is utterly insane. There should be a movie about this stuff. It's a ridiculously entertaining and also terrifying narrative that we can and should learn something about making sure this never happens again. Anyways, Rome very, very closely came to falling. Hannibal almost burnt Rome. Another funny story. Let's lower the volume, actually. Another funny story from the Second Punic War.
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of...
Another funny we'll just lower the volume. I think I actually can play both of these at the same time and tell a funny story, tell all these funny stories about Roman history. Another funny story from the Second Punic War involves Hannibal making it across the overland Alp route to get to Rome itself and actually defeat every single Roman asset on the Italian peninsula at the time. We gotta play both games at the same time and increase volume slightly. Reinforcements have to sail over from the siege of Carthage to save the day. Hannibal himself can't believe it. He can't believe that he did it, and that's what it fucking took. Jesus Christ. Like, just thinking about it is overwhelming. Anyways, Hannibal doesn't believe it. He does not have the confidence nor the intel to actually finish the job and march on Rome. One of these funny battles where he defeated the legions that were stationed on Italy involved a ruse that is brilliant. We have something to learn from this today. Hannibal captured a field of livestock and then tied torches onto them. Tied torches onto the oxen and the cows and had them mill around the woods at night. So the Roman watches and towers or scouting through the woods would see all these torches milling around in the distance. They thought the Romans were about to attack from, like, let's say angle A. Oopsie whoopsie, the real Carthaginian army was coming in from angle B. He used that ruse. That was a ruse he used, a tactical brilliant maneuver. By tying torches onto livestock and just kind of getting them to mill around at night. There are a number of clever ruses that he employed. That's the one I remember. Ultimately, it didn't work. There's another, and he came incredibly close. Every other, picture the total war map, with Rome being completely vulnerable and Hannibal's army parked just a couple days' march out. It was either 2 weeks or 2 days, two something. His army was just two weeks march away or 2 days march away, and that's approximately whatever time interval that is how long it would have taken the reinforcements to sail from overseas back and ultimately save the day. But in real life, generals don't have the total war map. Hannibal did not have the intel or the confidence to know that Rome was unguarded, and at that point in history, Rome already had such a mystique that he was not ready to take the gamble. The other star general on the other side, this, come to think of it, really is quite a Napoleon story, where you have two ridiculously talented generals squaring off each other, thinking that they're playing a game that to the modern audience sounds utterly horrific. The other Roman star general was Scipio Africanus. I'll just flash of lightning. He was the one who had, if the propagandists, are to be believed, who have survived to this day to be believed, was able to employ whatever similar ruses were necessary to sail up just in time and save the day. We've got a bit of thunder, though, and unfortunately, Eddie has bad storm anxiety, and the Weather Channel did not predict tonight's storm, so I did not plan for this. I am gonna have to take a break and explain something. For those of you who stayed on the stream last week, you might have heard me get a little afraid that Eddie has to go to the vet. I don't think Eddie has to go to the vet anymore, but he does have horrible bad storm anxiety, and I gotta hold him and cuddle him and put him in my nap for now, because this is a real problem I do need to see a professional for at some point. His storm anxiety is worse than the usual. It was manifesting into some physical symptoms that I thought might have been worse, but I have since deduced it's storm. Eddie will run away and hide. He will be shivering. He's here. He's such a good boy. He does not deserve to be spending so much time in fear. And this is a very rainy week in Georgia. It's been rainy all week, and he has been so scared all week that I am now going to really pour more extra attention into working on some trick to this problem. The trick so far has been to interact with him whenever he gets scared. Try to build up a positive association, and that's not happening, as you can see. Try and build up a positive association with storm time, with playing with George time. Eddie, look. Hey, are you a good boy? Are you a good boy? I know, you're kind of scared right now, but I need to, like, perform happy and excited to snap you out of it, right? Isn't that what the trainers say? You're a good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I know. I'm sorry you're scared. But, maybe we can... You want to... See, I'm not catching his attention. His eyes are, like, darting left and right, like he's nervous, like there's a predator about to come out or something. Yeah, give me a minute. I'm gonna turn the lights on in the apartment and throw his toys around for a second. Just 2 minutes. This is important, guys. I'm sorry to pause the stream, but this is really important. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, good boy! Or better yet, maybe I can just shout very loudly from the other side of the room about all the exciting Eddie tricks and playtime I'm trying to employ. Here, Eddie. Hey, Jason. Good game. Go get it, go get it, go get it. Come on. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Oh, okay. I'm back. Hello. I also see that I desperately need to increase the exposure on the webcam because I forgot about the thing about turning the lights on. I ran around the apartment and played the hell with Eddie for a while, but he's still a little spooked. But I turned the lights on. Solve that problem. Sorry. False alarm. I'll be back. Yet again. Woo! Okay. Okay. I'm keeping the light in this room off because it'll really blow out the camera, but it should be more than enough light for Eddie to see that there are no predators coming from the shadows, and that, Eddie, and that, oh, here, he's right underneath me. I was thinking about putting him in my lap, but he already seems, it was just a quick flash of lightning for whatever storm is sure to come a few hours later, and I think he's, oh, yeah, there he goes. He's, settling down peacefully under the blanket. But yeah, Eddie's anxiety in general, I am ready to see a professional about this. I can't cut his toenails anymore. He keeps learning my tricks for toenail clipping. He's very, very afraid. His instincts absolutely lean on the flight end, and there's a lot of basic things I would like to be able to do with him, like clip his toenails, that he is too afraid to let me do this stuff easily. But anyways, woo! As George 40K. So, now that we have a brief moment of time where I can have some quiet time and think about things, I can catch up on the chat. Do you hear me puffing and panting? I think there's no way. There's no way that this much mental stimulation is causing me to huff and puff from just a few minutes of playing with the dog. Dogs are mirrors. It's a sad world we live in if someone has to take care of the important stuff. Through that. Don't let a stranger cut your dog's nails. I don't know. At this point, I've not been able to figure out a reliable method. I've had his toenails get clipped at the vet once, and it seems to work pretty fine. That was a few years ago. In that time, I've tried a few methods with him, and he's gradually warmed up to all of them. For a while, I mean, in the beginning, I was not trying anything fancy and managed to clip a few of his toenails sometimes by just distracting him with a treat or something. Other times I've been able to clip them reliably in the bath. When I'm giving him a bath, it's such mental overstimulation that he doesn't notice the motions and feelings going on in his toes, and I was able to clip his toenails in the bath for a while, but eventually he warmed up to that one and figured it out. He eventually figured out that I am interested in clipping his toenails, and now he no longer gets so distracted in following a treat around that he lets me clip his toenails. A trick I had working for a little while during these 3 years was to have a piece of a peanut butter spoon, a big long serving spoon with a bit of spread with a thin layer of peanut butter on the edge. And if I put this in my thighs and like flexed my leg muscles so that this spoon like pulsed and wiggled a little bit, and put it in front of his face and position the two of us to where he would have to concentrate on following this thing around, then I would be able to do some sleight of hand where I'm scratching behind his neck and clipping the toenail at the same time as he's licking the peanut butter that he's trying to follow with his neck. That worked twice, and then he figured it out. He's like too smart and too scared for me to have figured out reliable toenail methodologies at this point. My mom's a dog groomer. You just gotta be the boss. Confident motions. I'm trying. I'm really trying. Just keep touching his feet every day, numb him to it. Yep, I've been trying. He's too much mental work. Make him play 2 video games at the same time. Yes. So in order to get Eddie distracted enough to actually let me clip his toenails, I'm gonna have to get him to play Metal Gear Solid 1 at the same time as Crimson Clover World Ignition, at the same time as reading and answering Twitch chat questions, at the same time as reciting what I hope by the end of the stream will be a full, complete narrative of what I can dig out on the spot of Rome, while also doing this PayPal transfer so I don't go overdraft later on when midnight hits. So where were we? Yeah, quasi-Napoleon story. There are 2 big-brained, galaxy-brained gamer geniuses who both of whom think they are the main character of the universe for their successive generations because of the inherited godliness stuff going on. They both of these guys genuinely would have believed that they were being favored by the gods. Another thing to keep in mind, they weren't not even necessarily very different religions because of syncretism going on. Right, like Hannibal Barca and Scipio Africanus are butting heads over who can make it back home in time to save Rome. Hannibal is performing some brilliant overland siege maneuvers. Scipio is performing some brilliant naval siege maneuvers. And their two talents collide in a very exaggerated way that deserves a movie. Ultimately, Scipio... Trying to remember if the Scipio stuff is even part... Okay, whatever happens, I don't know if I got the details totally right, but some way, somehow, the Rome's day is saved, and they're miraculously able to keep the city from getting sacked by the Carthaginians, and then sail back over the sea and sack the Carthaginians in turn, and then hit the state of Carthage with such harsh punitive measures under the assumption and worry that such a war might happen again. They are so spooked by how close Hannibal got that they go completely mask off and no longer really try to live up to the previously mentioned ideals of fighting just wars with just casus bellis. At this point, Carthage must be destroyed and there is no mercy, and they get completely genocided and there are very few Carthaginian records remaining. I believe we've got some stone inscriptions on the wall, but nothing on paper. We have the foundation of the urban planning with some stone inscriptions on some walls, and I don't think there's anything else. The other records that we do have of Carthaginian history and culture and society at the time, I believe, were preserved in Roman library from certain Carthaginian visitors and personas who had visited over the centuries when times were less warlike. But anyways, by this point in history, I was mentioning it earlier, but the Greek world is weakened from a very typically Greek problem, which is all the infighting going on. The Egyptian world has been weakened for about 1,000 years now, ever since they were taken over by the Persian Empire in the multi-hundreds BC. What is that, 600s, 700s BC? A bit after Homer, I want to say. The Egyptian... A native Egyptian dynasty or style or government never really manages to persist. As far as the Babylonian world goes, it was conquered by Alexander's empire, and that has since been split up by Alexandrian generals who are going to be fighting civil wars with each other while Rome and Carthage are going at it. They will be weakened from... The Babylonian world will be heavily weakened from those developments as well, in addition to all the nativist sentiments of rebellions that will be bubbling up, because there very much are still Babylonians who would like Babylon to be ruled by Babylonians. After the Punic Wars, they're called the Punic Wars because of a Latin adjective describing Carthaginian nouns, there are really no strong adversaries left for Rome to square off against. And so the previously mentioned imperial philosophy of waiting to conquer good territory until you have a justifiable casus belli or a genuine threat to launch a preemptive strike at kicks in gear, and they don't really take over the east of the Mediterranean quickly. It takes a couple hundreds of years, several generations. It happens slowly, one chunk of territory at a time. During this part of the story, Pyrrhus of Epirus shows up. He's one of the Greek generals who wasn't able to lose. But ultimately, this process is far less dramatic than the wars with the Carthaginians, and even some of the wars with overland Europeans elsewhere on Italy or in northern and parts of Europe north of Italy. This is partially because of how much cross-cultural synchronicity there is between Greek and Roman culture, and how a lot of historians would rather us not even differentiate them to some degree. There was a sort of ethnic nationalistic prejudices involved where Greeks didn't seem to mind being ruled by Italians in the 3rd century BC nearly as much as they seemed to care about being ruled by Persians in the 3rd and 4th centuries BC. I got the timeline on that wrong. They didn't care as much about getting conquered by Italians in the 1st up to 1st century BC as they did about the Persians in the 4th, 5th, and 3rd centuries of BC. And this, yeah! This is an interesting Metal Gear Solid room because of the finesse of movement required. It's easy as hell when you know what to do, but an interesting problem to solve when you're dual-wielding. Most of these Greek territories did not necessarily mind being ruled by Italians. They considered the political system and the cultural ideology to be similar enough to not warrant a lot of nativist sentiments. However, it occasionally cropped up anyway, and there are some episodes of Athenian rebellions being attempted. But I think it might be credit to how mild those attempts were if an amateur like me does not have them ready to cite. Damn it! Ready to cite from quick memory on stream. Yeah, no, disclaimer, once again, I'm sure I am an amateur. I'm sure I got a shitload of those details wrong, and I'm pulling this out by memory under some intense multitasking distractions. But, yeah, Romans respected Greeks a lot. At some point, around about, like, year 40 and onwards, you really shouldn't be distinguishing them as harshly as people tend to do as often. A lot of continued traditions of Greek philosophy went on uninterrupted, continued on as normal, especially out of the very lavish Roman constructions and institutions that had been established at the Library of Alexandria. The Greeks were especially appreciative to have access to Library of Alexandria, because being subjects of the Roman Empire meant, at various points of its history, that you had some very nice freedom of travel rights. I think after year 200 AD or so, year 200 something, there was an edict passed where every Roman citizen was just basically allowed to go everywhere in the Roman Empire. And considering the chunk of map that covers, I gotta keep Snake crouched to prevent my ship from landing into the arc at inopportune moments. This is interesting. There's actually a time interval. I'm seeing a time. Yeah. No. It's actually fun, though. I can't believe how fun it actually is. So we're at some pretty non-dramatic periods. Oh, wait, no. Right, I was thinking, so Rome takes over Carthage. There's no, by modern standards, superpower left. And I was about to say that things are going to get a little dull for a few hundred years. It's not, because the internal politics of Rome are a hilariously exaggerated clusterfuck that has inspired many a great TV show. While the international politics, the wars that the soldiers are fighting might be cooling down, the internal politics of Rome are getting wild. Around year 40 is the Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, Cleopatra romance, basically. It has been romanticized in history, so I should give that as a disclaimer. Shakespeare's version is the one that I think has penetrated most clearly into public consciousness, and even the HBO Rome version surely participates in mythological exaggeration, so to speak. Yeah, so a very interesting pratfall to the citizen soldiery farmer estate imperial system arises with how a very interesting problem with the concept of a war economy rises. The concept of citizen soldiery and war economies, and also, oh, this is a real stretch disclaimer. I don't know if you'll hear a lot of historians say with this, but I almost feel like it might have been a weakness of the polytheistic pagan worldview. Problem is, oh no, oopsie whoopsie, the generals are becoming more powerful than the state. So having your whole entire society mostly fund itself from gold brought in from conquered enemies that gets melted down into coins that circulates through the economy to stimulate everyone's economic activities can't go on forever. Having slaves that are brought in from foreign territories to do the farming work cannot go on forever. And having these soldiers whose economic lives for very many generations depends on skilled generals winning them wars and bringing back the booty and the loot and the slaves ends up becoming a major problem, because the generals are ultimately, they have more legitimate political authority than the democracy, the republic, which we have now learned are very historically prone to such corruption. We're not gonna proceed with saving a... No. Continue. Okay. Yes. There we go. We got another boss fight coming up, and that's going to be interesting. But, yeah, the generals genuinely believe that they have been picked by the gods. Yes, actually, it was not as stressful as I thought. That is the connection. The generals, under this pagan polytheistic worldview, have believed that their military successes are proof of divine favor from the gods. The gods being fairly significantly lower than monotheistic minds nowadays. Even us agnostic atheists still have this mindset. The pagan polytheistic gods are a lot closer to humans. The generals genuinely believe in their there is no doubt in the mind of these guys that has presumably been proven by the historically documented actions that they believed their luck came from divine favor. There's a whole lot of can of worms you can get into about the psychology with regards to where exactly they thought the voice in their brain ended and the voices of the gods began, and how like rituals of randomness and augury. Ow, God, I even knew it was there. I remember that mine. Everyone hits one of those though, don't they? Generals like, I don't remember the full names. Crassus, Pompey, Mark Antony, and of course Julius Caesar end up commanding legions of men who are their own political systems into and of themselves. When you have 100 guys massed up and 50 guys on horseback, all of them wearing heavy armors, in a world where guns don't exist, they can do anything they want. Laws don't really apply to them. There's no there's no landmines they're gonna step on. There's no bombers who are gonna put an end to them remotely from a far distance if they commit too heinous of a war crime. What they do is end up fighting civil wars over overthrowing the Republic while using propaganda and mass psychology to claim that that's not what they're doing. I don't think that modern historians really have a lot of sympathy for these characters while still acknowledging their boisterous mastery of the military performing arts and psychological tricks that go on. Julie, the Republic is deadlocked. Congress can't get anything passed, and the candidates are populist warmongers who can get away with crimes and no one can do anything about it. They end up fighting a civil war. Julius Caesar is the one who wins. He ends up implementing a somewhat totalitarian system that's like weirdly acknowledging some of the original intentions of checks and balances of the civic system, but everyone kind of acknowledges that he can get away with what he wants because he is such a politically powerful individual. It's the kind of sort of thing where a politically powerful individual getting away with whatever he wants puts a token effort into the procedures in order to maintain the appearance of legitimacy. What ended up happening a generation later with his heir, Octavian, who would later get renamed as Augustus Caesar, is another set of civil wars, and then a somewhat Machiavellian, unspoken acknowledgement that, yes, we really are a totalitarian dictatorship now. The Kingdom of Rome ends with angry citizens overthrowing the king and installing a republic. The Republic of Rome ends with powerful populist demagogues overthrowing the republic, but keeping it extant as a ritual token, maybe like a constitutional monarchy. The role of the monarchy in a constitutional monarchy is similar to the role of the republic during the Roman Empire. And a very slow snowball of internal instability starts developing where they never figure out a lot of these problems that are now evident, one of which is succession. How is succession supposed to work? This is not on the books. It's never on the rules. It's Machiavellian. Might makes right. Succession crises happen over and over again over the next few centuries. There's a very dramatic one that they made a great BBC show about called I, Claudius, where the most memorable line from that show I remember is Claudius, the one of the good Roman emperors of the time, who apparently had a good handle of statecraft and how to make enough friends with anyone and make enough friends with anyone and act agreeable enough in public to do good politicking in private. Claudius apparently is one of these good emperors who had a good intelligent mind behind him, spent most of his time reading books instead of fighting wars, but he unwittingly became an emperor in a scene that's going to be forever burnt in my mind, where you see the legionaries who are planning a coup discuss how they want a weak puppet ruler. They just want a good, clean, easy job, which is to guard the imperial ruler for the rest of their life. They want land they can give their kids. They're not really thinking of establishing an evil empire or anything so much as they just want to live the rest of their lives and set their kids up for good lives. And they are brutal, bloodthirsty legionaries murdering babies to enact a coup. You see one of these soldiers pull the blanket out of a crib and stab his sword inside, and then you see Claudius hiding behind the curtains scream. The soldiers hear him and menacingly march over and whip open the curtains and find Claudius behind and say, the soldiers all laugh at him and gather in a circle and say, "Hail Caesar!" And Claudius looks terrified and says, "But I don't want to be Caesar." And the soldiers smile and shake their heads and do a little teeth and say, "Hail Caesar!" And they carry him off on top of their shoulders with him protesting that he would rather die than be Caesar. That's an exaggeration of what has survived on the records, of just how chaotic and awful and poorly thought out the imperial system was. but they had such territorial and military dominance and such an effective system for integrating foreigners into the economy to be able to build generational wealth over time, that even though these politics were so fucked up, they weren't the whole entire empire of Rome as a whole was not necessarily under any great existential threats while insane emperors assassinating each other was going down behind the scenes. If anything, one could say that times were probably getting better as the centuries rolled on, and the first century rolled into the first and into the second. Oh wait, no, oopsie whoopsie, the Jewish rebellion happens. Christianity may have been founded off of a, similarly to Carthage, cruel genocidal response to a formerly conquered territory having nativist intentions a few generations later. So, by conquering the Persian Empire at some point over these centuries, Rome ends up conquering Judea. Judea is, read the Old Testament, famous for definitely not liking foreign rulers and having not a lot of tolerance for them. Feeling generally sad and bad whenever these things happen, and having a lot of deeply emotional religious sentiments associated with feelings of oppression and foreign rule and enslavement, all of which made the concept of living as subjects under rule and empire awfully unpopular. This intensified in one much more visible, easier to explain way when there were some funny stories involving the Romans trying to put a statue of Jupiter into the Second Temple of Jerusalem. There's a funny story involving Julius Caesar visiting the Second Temple of Jerusalem and mocking them. Oh my god, mockery was part of the imperial etiquette. It's absolutely disgusting, the people who fetishize this stuff. Yeah, one of the jokes Julius Caesar said was like, "This is a temple to your god, but I see no god inside." Because, you know, the whole idea is like it's abstract, works in mysterious ways. You probably couldn't even see it if you wanted to. Who are you to think you can see or even visually represent a god? The history of iconoclasticism and the Abrahamic religions getting wishy-washy and spooked about human forms in art can be seen as having a germ in this story of Julius Caesar making fun of the Jewish temple for not having a big fancy statue of a cool-looking buff guy inside. I completely forgot about Schmuppin! Yes. Oh, wow, I was pressing the wrong button. A lot of, funny stories and incidents gradually snowball into two rebellions. Wait, no. There is a Maccabean rebellion that that conservative Jews in Judea fought against their Seleucid Greek overlords. And then there was they call it the Jewish rebellion in Roman history. and a horrific genocidal event that has so strongly persisted into the religious memory happened that could have arguably snowballed into the Christianity itself. But the history of how this worked in Roman conquering doctrine is a little broken up here, because as I understand, the Romans would usually try to treat conquered territory with kitty gloves up until rebellious sentiments would happen, oftentimes a couple generations later, at which point they would commit a horrific genocide under the auspices of it being punitive for the rebellion later. But if the Romans conquer a territory, what they usually do is try to keep the old king around and the old system around. They really just want tribute paid. But if that territory and the authorities they trust to pay the tribute rebel, then they crack down hard. And evidently that is what happened at some point during their managerial history of the province of Judea. The Jewish rebellion was described by the historian Josephus as involving rivers of blood flowing through the city that the captured people inside were were deciding to eat instead of food, they had to resort to cannibalism. The siege was lasting so long. The Book of Revelations is written by a survivor who was exiled to the island of Patmos. A lot of Jewish history written by Josephus is there because the Roman Empire like kept him around as I think a slave, and forced him to write this stuff out of sheer amusement. This is oh my god, the word Palestine being used today might also have something to do with this event. Yeah, no, crazy amounts of really uncomfortable implications of the Jewish rebellion. That definitely is a major military moment in Roman history that might not necessarily have been a threat, an existential threat to Rome and a big concern to your average Romans, but is absolutely positively a very relevant topic of thought for modern minds and modern historians and modern believers of any one of the three Abrahamic faiths. Oh, hell, modern neo-pagans, sure, why not? Let's throw them in the pile, too. Woo! Okay, where were we on the narrative? We're going through, like, the first, second, to third history. A lot of entertaining literature starts coming up. The economy of Rome is strong enough to support a book market. Science fiction starts out of frustration over how busy the book market is. The very first science fiction story is called A True Story because the author was frustrated at how there were no real genre conventions and labels around to differentiate all the books that were being sold. The economy is getting good enough to support scribes who write this stuff down all day, merchants who sell this stuff all day in the shops, and actually interesting art happens. I say interesting, not great. Roman art is famous for being scatological and juvenile. Greek art is famous for being big-brained and mature and poetic and beautiful. Roman art is famous for being militant and violent and scatological. And the first science fiction story, A True Story, kind of sort of does follow under that umbrella. I've read it. I don't think I've read all the way through it, but I've read it. And I think I remember picking up on a feeling of bitter humor from the author. Not really speaking about timeless poetic philosophical truths so much as a funny story related to a frustrating issue of his day. It's called A True Story. It has a really hilarious preface that talks about just how true this story is and how he really did experience this crazy science fiction adventure where he goes to the moon on a souped-up ship that some exotic foreign magicians give him a sort of magical engine. There's another fun story from this period called The Golden Ass. I think the Satyricon is here. Yeah, this is interesting. I have remembered Roman literature as being these comedies or these like proto-genre fictions from the 1st to 3rd centuries when times were fairly well and they didn't have a lot of terrifying existential threats. Romans were famous for their satire. Yeah, not exactly for their poetry, although I stand corrected because I'm just now remembering the poetry of Juvenal, which is why we have the word juvenile associated with juvenile poetry is because of a Roman poet. I've read Juvenile. He's fun. A lot of dirty jokes, bathroom, a lot of sex politics, sex and gender and romance politics happening in the Roman world are somewhat relatable to the modern world in very amusing ways. He talks about picking up girls at athletic events, right? Going to the gladiatorial games or the parade triumphs to find women. Juvenal's fun. Yeah, the stories are fun. Not great world timeless works of poetic truth and beauty, you know, but definitely fun. But it does go downhill, and it has always been the Western Roman Empire goes downhill in very complicated ways that always take a minute to think or two about where to even start. I think one thing that you might have garnered at this point is a feeling of complacency that developed, absolutely. A feeling of elitism and complacency. They couldn't... One of the great ironies is that Herodotus from 400 BC begins his history by talking about how all empires rise and fall. They knew that before Rome, They forgot about it during Rome. A feeling of complacency had developed that lasted centuries, and enough of the memory had gotten forgotten over multiple generations. The thought of planning a future-proof empire, which I think people nowadays try to do, when thinking about what Britain and America are supposed to do 20 years from now, like, we all know it's not gonna last forever, so the plan is like, what now? That was definitely not the point of thinking then, even though they kind of knew it was not gonna last forever. Cracks appeared slowly over the centuries and grew bigger. One of which is the succession crisis. Political instability never really gets achieved for long term, even though economic and military stability does. Political stability never gets achieved long term, and that snowballs into other problems. Okay, the problem is that they never really figure out how to fund this thing with taxes instead of war. The Roman Empire falls because of the war economy. Eventually they run out of enemies. Eventually they run out of slaves to bring back home and precious metals to melt into coins to convince people to sell books and write books with. The political instability becomes a problem because civil wars, an expectancy and like culture of expecting civil wars and regarding civil wars as a honorable way to live and die develops. That becomes unsustainable. Let's see. There's also a climate change that's going on, a period of global cooling where the yields from these family farms, which by the way are mostly not on Italy. Rome mostly feeds itself from another modern irony. The bountiful, fruitful breadbasket that is Egypt and northern Africa. Most of their food is from conquered foreign territories. Most of their money is coming from conquered foreign territories. Most of their labor are slaves. Eventually, at some point, these supplies run out, and that is not compatible with the culture these generals have developed, where an individual general who believes that he has been appointed from the gods to rule and has no qualms whatsoever with killing people and babies in order to try and establish some kind of dynasty. None of this is sustainable long term. It's so incredibly obvious to any modern historian, but it took them a few centuries to realize what was going on, and eventually at some point you get the feeling that they do. Another thing that happens is during some of these more peaceful transition. Actually, no, this might be a subconscious, subliminal hint at thoughts of instability. Is faith in the traditional religious system deteriorating? New religions pop up. One of which is Christianity. That might be associated with all the trauma of survivors from the Jewish rebellion. The New Testament occasionally makes a point out of Jesus and the apostles swearing up and down that they are not rebels. They're not getting ready to rebel against the Roman Empire. They do want to start a new religion. They do want to reform the existing system that they're in, but they don't want to fight a war. They don't want to do it with violence, says Jesus in the New Testament. Jesus in the New Testament. I got to break it down. Jesus, in some books of the New Testament, claims that he's not planning a rebellion. Other New Testament authors in other parts of the New Testament sometimes claim rebellion. This gets incorporated into the minutiae of how Christianity develops and intersects with other religious movements that were appearing in the Roman Empire that are sometimes associated with those thoughts of rebelling against the Roman Empire or the Roman Empire not developing, an incoming apocalypse coming soon. Jesus was an apocalyptic preacher. And also another thing to keep your mind. Sorry, internet atheists, the historians will tell you Jesus probably did actually exist, and that the biblical evolution of biblical material counts as evidence enough, more so than other Roman historical figures from the time period. Oopsie whoopsie, if you actually do want to believe the science and follow the academic consensus, you're gonna have to square that one away, as much as you would like to otherwise. The consensus is Jesus really did exist and contributed to some of these political grievances that snowball into an eventual fall of the Western Roman Empire, but totally, absolutely not in his time, maybe 300 to 400 years later. I bring up Jesus because you can get sentiments of apocalypse coming in from the writings of St. Augustine, who is intersecting pagan Roman decadence against Abrahamic guilt-tripping, against a feeling of an incoming instability crisis that these authors would talk about in poetically in apocalyptic terms. So Christianity being an apocalyptic religion that does seem awfully interested with psychologically engaging its believers with feelings of an incoming crisis or a feeling of persecution under a powerful empire is all vaguely associated with the snowball that's rolling. There's political instability and religious instability. Other religious movements appear. I'm not making any dents on this tank boss, and I was doing better earlier before I started talking about some of the more softer cultural history than the harder military and economic history. Yeah, it's a little hard because the implications feel so powerful. There are surprisingly easier questions to some of these things that are getting my thoughts to slow down here that you might be able to find out surprisingly quickly and elegantly if you go to the YouTube channel of the esteemed biblical scholar Bart Ehrman. Another religious movement going on in the mid to late Roman Empire that I thought was interesting was Manichaeism, and Neoplatonism too. Manichaeism is where Buddhism intersects with the Roman world by way of trade ties with India. It is easily feasible to think that some early Christian authors had a hint, a whiff, maybe. Absolutely, positively not a direct connection, but an indirect connection of a shadow of a whiff of Buddhist influences through the movement of Manichaeism. That was happening in the Babylonian parts of the empire, which I barely even mentioned earlier. At some point, they conquer the Babylonian Empire. At some point, they decide the borders are fine and the Roman Empire is big enough as it is, and they're not interesting in expanding ever again. At some point, some emperor or another decides that the border should end with Britain on one side and Afghanistan, Bactria on the other side. And it really is interesting to hear a political discussion get made in those terms where they realize that any more than that would just be way too much of an administrative clusterfuck. But in the Babylonian territories, an interesting religious movement develops called Manichaeism, where Neoplatonism and Christianity intersect with Buddhism. I should bring up Neoplatonism too. That is the evolution of the traditional ancient pagan Hellenic philosophies that remained surprisingly gratefully unbroken as the Roman Empire conquered the Greek world, precisely because of how much cross-cultural mutual appreciation and admiration and borrowing of each other's cultures these two societies had, up to the point where modern historians would rather us not make such differentiations, because the Roman Empire continues in the Greek world, geographically in the city of Constantinople. The Roman Empire gets very, very big. There are a lot of religious diversities inside. Tons of different groups of people who generally have access to grind against other groups of people and feel borderline supernatural convictions about that. There are nativist sentiment rebellions popping up. The Persian Empire gets a second wind through the Sasanian Empire. They are a huge pain in the ass for the Romans in the 3rd and 4th century and contribute somewhat to a feeling of the good times not lasting. A nativist rebellion in the Persian territories appears, and the Sasanian Empire. Persian Empire is back on the map. They are not able to hold their Persian territories by the 3rd century, I want to say. And rightly so. The Persian Empire was a very big deal and a very successful one before Roman times. So thoughts of Persians believing that Persia should be ruled by what history might actually have been remembered as a better system appeared as well and got revived through the Sasanians. There's a very fun, dramatic war further in the east. The Pontic War is another one that happens mid-late way through Roman Empire, where where there's some eyewitness accounts of gods throwing fireballs down from mountaintops. Those are always fun. The Mithraic Wars, that's what they're called. The Divide et Impera mod for Total War just released a scenario pack for that. I don't think you can actually experience whatever situation the soldiers' accounts thought involved gods throwing fireballs down mountaintops, though. What else? What else is going on? I think I've talked about some foreign territories in the east contributing to the snowball feeling for the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire gradually, and almost kind of on and off, gets split up into 2 and 3 chunks sometimes, and ultimately gets split up into 2, and the eastern one survives. During the time of Julius Caesar, 1st, 2nd century stuff, there's a triumvirate for a certain portion where it's split into 3 chunks. The Roman Empire being too big is a problem that keeps coming up. It's split up into 3 as a triumvirate. They're all supposed to agree, by 3 emperors, who are all supposed to agree to mutual, overarching goals, but have way too much on their plate administratively, locally, to do the whole thing. A few civil wars 200 or 300 years later, and it gradually, sometimes it's 1 big Roman Empire, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 2. At some point, Germanic barbarians from northwestern Europe are definitely, absolutely going to sack and destroy the western one. There is a feeling of complacency, neglected territorial defenses, soldiers with foreign ties who believe that the Roman Empire is bloated and ancient and a dinosaur that is about to go away, who will change allegiances when a crisis develops. The crisis is that a confederation of barbarian tribes in Germany and from Britain and around Gaul, modern France, all agree to strike, and it does turn out to be too much. I don't remember which particular sacking this is. Apparently it happens a few times. The barbarian Europeans figure out to unite that there are more of them than there are of Romans, that they can actually overwhelm their Roman enemies and take back some territory. This happens 3 times, and the 4th one is the final nail in the coffin, 400 something or other AD. A century earlier, Augustine is writing, and he sounds terrified during one of the sackings, and he's writing it all the way from Egypt, and he's already feeling that it's definitely gone. What ends up happening from the collapse of the Western Roman Empire is that generals, powerful legionaries high up on the military hierarchy kind of sort of transition to being governors in the best cases, robber barons in the worst cases, of whatever territorial chunk and border they were already administering. So, keeping in mind that messages are traveling by animal, and are oftentimes getting lost, and that oftentimes in history, when someone is traveling to a foreign land, you would reasonably expect to just never see them again, because there's so much that can go wrong, and such a long distance of travel time to make, and so many things that can go wrong to the messengers bearing messages as well. You should imagine these generals and majors administering villages who are suddenly panicking from experiencing social isolation they're not used to. It doesn't sound great. Kind of apocalyptic. Another thing that happens is that the people high up on the ladder are the literate ones. The literacy goes away. The ability to maintain a lot of, like, sewage system and things that invented in the Roman Empire goes away. Modern historians don't like a popular association with the Dark Ages as being horrific and dark and horrible. That tends to get exaggerated. However, Greek and Roman historians will absolutely positively tell you there was an extremely real decline, measurable by several objective factors, including literacy rates, surviving evidence, surviving amounts of literacy evidence, child skeletons showing up in the graves. Yeah, no, the apocalyptic vibes after the barbarians figure out how to sack Rome were occurring, and a very real thing that directly contributed to an absolutely lower standard of life for Western Europe for the following few generations. The Eastern Roman Empire, however, continued to exist. I think in an old video I said it continued on just fine. It was not fine. The Eastern Roman Empire continued to exist in Greece itself. However, they kept calling themselves Romans, which is a important thing to consider when noting just how similar and blurry the lines are between the two. Yeah, 800 years before this part of the history, the Greeks would not have considered themselves Romans. During this part of the history, during Byzantine history, Greeks are considering themselves Romans. And then after Byzantine history, Greeks are no longer considering themselves Romans. The Byzantine history is definitely a drier one, less fun. The Eastern Roman Empire continues to exist as what historians now call the Byzantine Empire because it's very confusing, it's labyrinthian. One of these languages, is it Latin, is it Greek? One of them calls the confusing labyrinth of stuff of Byzantine. But by all contemporaneous purposes, it should be considered the Eastern Roman Empire. It's in this world that I believe Christianity is formalized as what's going to be the state religion forever, where Christian theology really worms its way into the official state apparatus and procedures. Christian theology kind of sort of screws up some things that were chugging along fairly well, and a lack of paper and books and these written materials that were edifacing a scientific tradition were lost. One fun story from Byzantine history that sticks out to me is that they forgot how to wash their hands. In ancient pagan times, they knew how to wash their hands. When you hear my Iliad story, you'll hear them washing their hands a lot. They totally know you should wash your hands before chopping up an animal and turn it into meat you eat with your hands. There's a passage in the New Testament. There's a passage in the New Testament where Jesus says that you don't gotta wash your hands to get into heaven, like the Pharisees are saying. And the ancient world game of telephone ends up having that passage worm its way to some extremely high official in what would later become the Christian church that would have political ties with the Byzantine Empire, that then makes washing hands no longer a necessity ever again. They quit believing in it, and somehow don't correlate the rise in diseases with the lack of hand washing going on. Another thing that I felt got forgotten is how inbreeding works. Oh god, there's also a really horrible plague. The plague of Justinian also contributes to these problems in a real horrific way that is hard for a modern mind to read about. The plague of Justinian was like a bubonic plague happening before, about 800 years before the bubonic plague. The population of Europe got wiped in half. It contributed to the downfall of the Roman Empire, and arguably, and I think mismanagement of the plague did get incorporated with religious superstitions going around at the time. But yeah, another thing that really sticks out to me is how much more inbreeding is going on in medieval history compared to ancient history. It's kind of like they forgot some things scientists had figured out beforehand. Byzantine history is one where the descendants of Justinian, I believe, I might get the name wrong and the dynasty wrong, one of these dynasties of Byzantine Roman empires is not producing the greatest. There are several emperors who, through the lens of Christian theology, absolutely don't feel comfortable doing the things that the former Roman empires did, but also seems to have forgotten not to make babies with your sisters. That doesn't happen in the pagan history. Like, they very much rightly seem to have a better handle on that sort of thing than the Byzantines in medieval history did. inbreeding happens, very, very mismanaged plagues happen. The Persian empires keep reappearing and reconquering old territory. The European barbarians gradually develop an identity of their own that is definitely not barbaric as time would go on at all. Charlemagne would be the one reviving the concept of the Western Roman Empire in medieval times by way of reconnecting a lot of old paperwork that was locked up in the cabinets of the descendants of the families of those generals and high-up kings and officials who suddenly found themselves ruling weird territories that didn't have an imperial authority when the fall was happening. In the history of the Western Roman Empire, Charlemagne's empire comes up as an analogous thing, an attempt at bringing it back by Germans in German history. Quite ironic, because it was Germans who had sacked Rome so many hundreds of years before, but had nevertheless incorporated this kind of long-running ancient Western tradition of military victories being proof of godly favor as the assumption that the Roman Empire should be continued as a German empire. In the West, there was a German attempt at the Holy Roman Empire. In the East, the Byzantine Empire continues that great courses was definitely a drier one. I was playing Tetris through the Greek and Roman history and just having the time of my life. But for the Byzantine history, the brain might have been focused more on Tetris. For some days, there's still a lot of good fun stories. But definitely not as many fun stories. Partially because of the Christian theology demanding a feeling of somewhat more humility out of the rulers at the top. Partially because of there just flat out not being such large empires remaining for interesting military engagements with such horrifically large scale as what we saw in the Second Punic War. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-ba. Ba-da-da. Oh yeah, that's also because the system of warfare that I'll be getting into in the Kriegspiel video I've been working on for the past 6 months, tries to work out a way to make war less terrifying as well. In Byzantine history, wars are supposed to be fought by the nobles. They're supposed to be small-scale affairs. You're definitely not supposed to genocide the adults and raise the children as child soldiers who will grow into adult soldiers over a 20-year grudge you hold against a vague notion of a nation of a people who is really like a city. Yeah, medieval warfare as influenced by the monotheistic doctrines going on in the Christian and Islamic worlds. Oh, actually, no, the intersection of Roman history with Islam history is super duper interesting. I should give us a synopsis of that one. Let's see, gotta think of a summary while playing the game, while glancing at chat. Are Protestants or Catholics worse? No. Next question. Pagans could do just whatever they wanted. They didn't have laws. I know nothing about paganism. Okay, I'm glad you added that disclaimer at the end. Dun 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 dun. Da da dun dun. Yeah, no, pagans definitely had laws and did not believe they could do anything they wanted, but the way they did think of thoughts and the way they thought of laws were so very interestingly different. But still nevertheless very extremely logical and sustainable and human, if not actually kind of admirable. I don't know, I really like the syncretism stuff. I think they were onto something with the syncretism stuff. I don't know, I think they were onto something with the Platonism stuff too. I don't know, there's a lot about Hellenic paganism, that actually got incorporated into monotheism and continued on in plain sight in front of everyone, such as the concept of the soul. In the Arab Islamic world, the writings of Aristotle were very, very popular. When the Ottoman Turks took over the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, when they sacked Constantinople in 1420-something, was it 27 or 23? A lot of the bitterness between Christians and Muslims did not necessarily exist. And one concept to keep in mind with ancient religious history is the concept of syncretism, and how a lot of different religions believed that all the other different gods existed on planet Earth at the same time. They just had different names to correspond with the different cultures, and that the different cultures interacting them with different ways actually contributed to their behaviors manifesting into different natural events, different natural phenomenons, different scientific freak accidents. I do think they were onto something. It is a really interesting way of thinking of the world and religion and your place in it and what even religion is. However, it got incorporated into monotheism because back then that wasn't as offensive to do. Yeah, the concept of the soul, the way we understand math now, is thanks to Aristotle and Arabic math developing after the fall of the Roman Empire and kind of sort of picking up the slack. When the Ottoman Turks invaded the Eastern Roman Empire and conquered it, they considered themselves a continuation of the traditions of Christian theology. They did not see themselves as being as strictly opposed to it as I think the popular imagination does nowadays between Christianity and Islam. Oh, I completely forgot that I can use the chaff grenades to give myself a window of opportunity to get regular grenades to actually get through this boss battle and continue on. Yeah, Muslim theology is aware. The Quran, the exciting stories about Muhammad therein are almost like they take place in the Christian world. They're aware of it. The Quran takes place in a world where religious debate is actively happening, and the Quranic author feels that they can make a good contribution to giving people a cleaner way to think thoughts. This being the exclusive or only way to think thoughts, I think comes later. Super duper vague history, but when paganism is transitioning into monotheism, it has a lot to do with, like, compromises or philosophically streamlining the statements that philosophers were making to the point where... Where is a grenade? I need... Okay, I see a box out there. To the point that the popularity of Aristotle in the early Muslim world and the sentiment that the Turks taking over and invading Constantinople were inheriting a continuation. There we go. Now we can move on. That one was not quite as easy to dual wield at the same time as shmupping. Yes. Save this run to replay later. No. Yes. Okay, one of my favorite rooms is coming up. That you're not allowed to shoot anyone room.
Be careful.
Did I do it? Did we go through the whole thing? The Eastern Roman Empire has been taken over by Ottomans. Okay. Okay, yeah. Was that the whole thing? There's no way I covered everything, but... And I absolutely sped things way the hell up through medieval times. Because, yeah, I did take the courses, and at least listened through the courses, and definitely remember those being less interesting, but... Yeah, I think that's it! There you go! How many hours ago did someone ask me to recite the history of the Roman Empire and play Metal Gear Solid at the same time as Crimson Clover World Ignition, while reading and responding to your Twitch chat messages? Oh, did we get any recent donation messages yet? Oh no, just reading is hard. Got the $20, that's fine, I can pay the bills now, we're good. Hell yeah. Have you played Crusader Kings 3, George? I did, yes. I remember enjoying it for a couple of days, but generally feeling like there wasn't really enough meat there to last long term. I'm worried if I pick it back up, I might spend too much time on this stuff. One thing I do actually have to worry about as an adult now is not playing games. Not just because of the burnout, but because of the time investment. I can't believe how much faster it is to read books than play games. It is unreal how many classic books I am knocking out after being in this gamer mindset where the classic games I want to knock out take weeks. It's insane how much higher the time investment is for... Damn it! For games compared. Oh man, I was having a really good run too. Dun 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 dun. Okay, not enough meat? That's crazy. Yeah, I was worried about there not being enough meat to Crusader Kings 3. It seemed... I played Crusader Kings 2, couldn't really even figure out what was going on. Yeah, no, not enough meat. Okay, I played Crusader Kings 3 long enough to start seeing events repeat over and over again. I remember playing as a Indian royal family, and I thought it wasn't that different of a game from playing as a Viking royal family. Those were the two games I gave a shot. I played an Indian royal family of some silly nudists, and then I played as a Viking royal family who were trying to transition their kingdom to a republic. And I noticed they were playing a bit too similar, and within both game sessions, the same events were repeating a bit too much for me to feel like there was enough meat, enough replay value, enough of a diversity of decision choices to make to keep me hooked long term. Why did we back out of Crimson Clover, though? I lost that on my, I lost that in the chaos of my dual-wielding. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how tired I am. I can't believe how tired just the, like, mental stimulation can make you. I hope I'm building brain mass after this, honestly. Is that how it works? Dum dum. Dum dum. Dum dum. Dum dum. Dum dum. Dum dum. Oh man, I wanted to play with ship 2, but I accidentally crouched too fast. Yeah, gosh, I can't... It's just like, okay, fine. I think I finally figured out how to make the internal monologue to shut up, and that is doing everything I just did for the past hour and a half. I'm now at a loss for words for the first time in what feels like a long time. Both inside and outside. The interior voices, for once, keeping things nice and quiet. Maybe my brain is too trained for these long, exaggerated, ridiculous... Come on, I was right behind him! Maybe my brain is too used to long-scale, grand-scale narratives to, really get me a good grasp on some of the short-term matters of, of productivity and self-employment. How to make internal monologue shut up. Thinking orchestra cacophony works for me sometimes, but there's no reliable method that's ever worked for me all the time. And if I have to recite, from memory, under financial and peer pressure, an entire history of the Roman Empire, that's unreasonable. I can't do that every night before bed. That's too much. If I'm laying awake at night, unable to get the monologue to shut up, the internal monologue, that's probably not a good trick. The orchestra cacophony has been a better trick in that case. Counting numbers works for a few minutes, and once I notice it working, the monologue gets real excited about the trick working. Gibberish leads to meditation. Listen to Ramstein. Probably just need to actually take meditation more seriously for once. Doom doom. But yeah, did I do it? Let me look at chat. We got some quiet time in Metal Gear, and my peripheral vision was actually filtering out Crimson Clover for that. Playing both at the same time, I think, you know a good word for this feeling? I'm spent. I feel spent. I feel peace. I can relax. I definitely didn't want to relax while I was doing it, but boy oh boy, do I want to chill out and take a nap and listen to repetitive German techno music. Yeah, what in the world were people saying while I was doing all that monologue? Let's see what we got here. We got love for Eddie. Okay, so back when I was taking Eddie out and doing the brief intervention for Eddie. He's gotta eat, Ron Cinephile, New York accent. Has George dove into 40k? God help us. No. And at this point, I'm in my 30s. If I'm gonna be getting invested into lore, I have learned from the past 10 years, getting invested in real life lore, that helps you read the news and predict the future. I'll drop that one out. If I'm gonna be getting invested in, that is why the thought of getting invested into Warhammer 40k lore at this point, yeah, if I'm being honest, it does strike me as a fraught waste of time for my younger years that would only be retroactively justifiable as the gateway into real-life lore with real-life applicable purposes that do not discount the poetic fun and importance. The poetic fun. I don't know, like, if the importance is something I'm really feeling from pop fiction, from fiction that I'm getting in real-life mythology. Whenever I read the Iliad, I feel like I've discovered something big. I feel like I have cracked open another layer to 3,000 years of human behavior. I don't get that when I go through Metal Gear as much as I love it. Look at that, the guard is taking a pee break. I thought someone said that with alternate guard placements they wouldn't be doing this. Yeah, with ancient mythology, there is a meta-narrative of a multi-millennia-long literature history going on that you are definitely not going to get with modern pop culture. There are lessons to be learned from that meta-narrative layer that newer stuff, unfortunately, can't really stand up to just from sheer virtue of them not passing that same test of time and then not having that same body of real-life evidence to compare itself against. So if you're reading the Iliad and notice that that a god appearing onto the scene to tell a character an idea seems an awful lot like the angel and the devil on the shoulder of a character in modern media, that hits you. That hits you hard in a way that seeing the angel and devil in modern media does not. As example. I think all that talking made me hungry too. All that talking and mental processing work. It's interesting though. I don't feel like I was thinking my way through a new problem so much as I was just reciting things from memory without having to think too hard for word choice matters, except in the second half where the memories weren't as strong. And then in the first half, when matters of genocide come up, the word choice I was slowing down for, that's harder to think about. The Nikita is going to be extremely interesting.
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, poison.
If I shut up and concentrate, I think I can do this. I actually can get an elegant video feed of gameplay going on both screens. Or at least one where neither character is going to be dying in silly ways. Snake is definitely moving in silly ways for now until I get an opportunity to equip his Nikita's. I love the spinning he does when I'm doing this. And actually, that's a good idea. Let me just keep him on the ground and spinning for now. Wait, Nikita's. Let me get that in the R1 slot. Damn. Yeah, I just couldn't seem to pull it off without... Oh my fucking eyeballs. What is it? Okay. Okay. Oh. Alright. Sure, I died. Whatever. I still got it done. First time's a charm. I'll get better the second time. Oh my god. Hey, the ninja boss fight, for how much trouble I've had with that one on higher difficulties, that one I don't think will actually be as hard for this run because so much less geographic movement precision is required. Playing 2 games and reciting history knowledge at the same time, that can definitely get your heart rate up. Have I been hydrating? Maybe that's why I'm slowing down. I haven't been hydrating too much. Have you seen the PetSmart lawsuits? No, I haven't. I'm definitely not reading about those. Use your phone light to see the quick. Figure that out too. It's all about not letting them bleed. I know everything I need to know about the quick. It's the psychology. It's dog psychology. It's his fear that I'm trying to deal with. One of the reasons why toenail clipping is such a big issue with him is that I am diligent about... I have a chart on my wall of when I've clipped the toenails, and so that I can visibly trace when the quick has receded back. I try, for 3 years now, I've tried to do it almost every 2 weeks because that's how soon it comes back. And none of the methods, though, if I come up with a new method, it might work the first or second time, but he'll figure it out and it won't work the third time. He'll figure out how to slip out of my grasp. You guys buy the whole lead in the water thing with Roman? Not 100%, maybe like 20%. I think the modern historians' consensus agreement is that it was a factor, very small factor for an inclusive, rich neighborhood, but a non-negligible factor, small factor, not the factor, just a small factor that might be exaggerated in the public consciousness just because of what a weird coincidence it is, but still a factor nonetheless. Did you watch Vikings? No. I did watch 13th Warrior, though, and that was a ton of fun. Remember back when counties needed casus belli to invade their neighbors? Good time. Rome was so fucking good. I do hope you're talking about the TV show and not the real-life political entity, because yes, the TV show was good, but I just walked us through a hilariously exaggerated extended narrative of all the problems slowly snowballing their way to a way that everyone saw coming, but no one had any real feasible ways to stop. Isn't Italy flirting with fascism again? Don't say it. Isn't everyone? Don't say it. The Looty Booty original looter shooter. Back in Caesar's day, you needed a whole football team of assassins. Did Caesar order the death of Jesus or the Jews? Loaded question. I think the answer is no in either case, because the Jewish rebellion came... Jesus and the Jewish rebellion are after the time of Caesar. So, luckily, we can just throw that question away and not even worry about sweating a nervous drop. This is a good headspace. Sounds like Biden. Okay, so yeah, I guess the after effect of doing all that for however long it was it an hour? It ended up putting me into, it activated Biden brain. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and then everyone's asking genocide questions in the chat. We'll just scroll past those. Where can I even go to find accurate Perfect. Where can I even go to find accurate information on the writing of the Abrahamic texts? Glad you asked, Dax and Days Off. I'll type them into Twitch chat right now. I recommend starting with the YouTube Yale lecture courses by Christine Hayes. Lecture courses. YouTube search for Yale Old Testament. Christine Hayes's course. That's what you want to start with. And later on from her, you can follow the thread to their New Testament course on Yale. And then the Bart Ehrman has a great YouTube channel as well. There are a lot of good scholarships that will definitely make you angrier at the internet atheists and their usual responses, while still actually knowing the material better than they do, while still being able to reinterpret this whole thing in a way that's, honestly, at this point, does kind of make more sense from that atheist agnostic viewpoint. What you will end up finding out is that, yes, it was all bullshit, and that was the point, but it's various intervals throughout the generational cycles people forget. What other questions do we got? So the answer to that one is to start with Christine Hayes on the Yale courses. Move on to Bart Ehrman. There are actual good books about this. One thing Bart Ehrman will say is that if you ever find any good book trying to crack open some truth about Abrahamic text in an actual bookstore, it's garbage. You want a professor. You want a professor from one of the very, very small academic scholarly circles that specialize in this stuff. You want a biblical scholarship professor to be reading the material. Oh no, we got a Justinian defender in here. That'll be interesting. Very confident answers to some very big questions. I see someone just straight up says we have no free will. Sounds like someone needs to take a mindfulness course and make some new habits for themselves. I've had to rethink that one a little bit after noticing things change over an 8-week interval based off of a long-term plan that came to me in a hunch. Yeah, no, I'm throwing away the free will determinism question. I came up with a personally satisfying way. I don't want to argue with anyone on that one for now. Hold on to this one for a while. Use the momentum that it has given me. But yeah, I found a new way to throw it away and consider it a stupid question at this point. Ron Cinephile said, I'm looking up juvenile and I'm not seeing a poet by that name. The Bible really undersells how many Jewish rebellions the Romans had to put up with. If you had to deal with monthly rebellions, you could be forgiven for racially profiling Jesus. What artist are you, George? So many categories. I don't know either. I'm just now deciding to call my adaptation of the Iliad an audio drama instead of an audio book. I no longer believe it's an audio book. I don't even know what kind of art I'm doing, but I'm definitely doing art. So, let's see. I was picking up on Twitch chat with Dax and Daxoff. Where can I even go to find accurate information on the writing of the Abrahamic text? As I was scrolling up, I saw people arguing about that and saying it's all bullshit. I encourage you to take a course and read a book. There's... Because, like, it is absolutely... The answer is, like... It's the longest-winded yes but you will ever encounter in your life, and one of the most delightful responses is how well aware religious authorities have been of the bullshit going on at various parts of their histories. I'm guessing George watches Robert Sapolsky. No, I don't know what that is. A lot of things I'm telling you guys is repackages of Bart Ehrman and the Yale stuff. Steve Northrop Frye. I almost said Stephen Fry. I absolutely have a lot of Northrop Frye in me right now. Take a hit. Does Georgia even recognize weed? I think there's a loophole that the Republican Governor Brian Kemp accidentally passed in 2018 that made it quasi-legal or something. I don't know the details. Oh, are we talking about the historical Jesus? I mean, believe what about him? I don't think his broad existence is the spicy part of that story. You'd be surprised. Yeah, no, for a good chunk of my teenager, adolescenthood, young adulthood, it was indeed. And another thing that frustrates me is that just about every single damn video Bart Ehrman puts on his channel is the same lecture, the same hour and a half of the historical Jesus lectures. We humans have to beg for existence. 300 commentary win. They use their magic. Okay, here's the Justinian defender. Justinian was cool though. I'd like to imagine some Eastern Roman Empire tax collectors riding up to a town and the town's being like, "Are you guys Romans? We pay our taxes to the Romans," and the tax guy's just rolling with it. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. Okay, apparently talking about incest, incestual emperors in the Byzantine Empire has caused some very embarrassing stories to be shared here in the Twitch chat. We'll just scroll past those as well. I suspect maintaining bloodlines was a bigger concern in the medieval era, considering most titles were inheritable. Is that the thing? Or did they forget the science? Did they forget the science on how inbreeding works? Or did they decide that inheritable titles was a higher priority than not screwing up the babies and creating peoples whose lives were suffering? Pagans could do just whatever they... Okay. Am I actually caught up on chat? Good night, George. It's past my bedtime. You're an absolute hero. It's literally all about the sun. A lot of Muslim... Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't say that one out loud. Accepting of other faiths because you got charged more on your taxes if you weren't Muslim. Oh, yeah, never mind. That's an offensive hard history thing. This is also how the Inquisition started. Jewish people lying about their faith on their taxes. Isaac Newton is the smartest human who ever lived. Stupid smart. I don't even know. The bitterness between medieval Christians and Muslims was usually one-sided from Christians. Yeah, that's the most of the narrative I think I've gotten from Muslim history courses, though when you get into the bitterness between other things, I'll just scroll past and move on to the next question. Other interesting examples come out that you should research yourself instead of hearing from me, an amateur speaking from memory of half-paid attention audio lessons. I did not play Crusader Kings 2 with the DLCs. No, I was playing vanilla. Crusader Kings is fun, but I think you need a good role-playing brain to fully enjoy them. Maybe. I might be better off at it now that I've figured out how to get the internal monologue to role-play a little better. Opinion on Shogun? I didn't actually play that one. The allure, when it comes to the historical Total War games, the allure of playing a chunk of Western history that I've read about so deeply has always been my primary focus of interest. And yet, you know, if I'm a real gamer who wants to play them for gameplay instead of the setting, I really should be playing Shogun 2, isn't it? That's the best one. Yeah, it is interesting how you gotta, like, pick between what setting you're most interested in versus what game is gonna be the best one. I should give it a try. I should play it on stream sometime. It's a classic game. It's over 10 years now at this point. That means it's classic. Yes, here we go. New classic game I gotta catch up on is gonna be Shogun 2 Total War. I gotta get around to that one, and there's no pressure to say something mean about a hot new game that just came out that some kid will get really defensive about, so I should put that on the list for future Free Stream Fridays when I'm not doing Metal Gear Mondays. Maybe one of these days over the next couple months I'll start up a Shogun 2 game. I love Total War. It's my favorite. Oh, yeah. Huh. You take Adderall? No. I can't believe it myself, but I am sober as a nun somehow, some way. Yeah, no, I don't... Whatever's going on with me these days is just as obvious to me as it is to you guys, too. I am the only one chatting, my guy. The dude's a Biden. There is none. Oh, man. Please look up Robert Sapolsky. Okay, so I'm putting Shogun 2 Total War on the games list and Robert Sapolsky on the reading list. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't know if you guys remember my opinion on Alan Watts, but the very initial image I'm getting from the Google results here has me looking like he might be a sort of Alan Watts type character, and I gave Alan Watts a fan and I did try and did not become a fan. He has a Stanford class that's a lot of fun. Okay. Twisted Operator released is promising. I won't regret trying to get into Robert Sapolsky. Here we go. I'm putting him on the bookmarks list. I got my Read These folder, and he's going in. George plays the Necrons. Shogun 2 is the best. Anxiety with their... Okay, I'm caught up with chat. We're caught up with chat. We can dual wield again. I swear that if I don't talk, I can do it. Talking, thinking out loud. Okay, yeah, don't think of talking. Thinking of talking out loud. Just think out loud. Make noises that correlate with my feelings. Then of course I just start mouthing the music, and then of course I start laughing at myself at mouthing the music, and then start laughing at myself at mouthing the music, and then I'm beginning a recursive chain of self-referential thought statements that can never end. Oh god. Maybe I shouldn't have decided to start thinking out loud. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop talking for a while and focus on the gaming. Hey, I just noticed that this shmup bosses, a lot of shmup bosses. They move, is there like some inspiration from kaiju movies going on in shoot 'em up boss battle designs? Something about this guy is just reminding me an awful lot of the, giant rubber suit monster I saw the other day. Which one was that? King Caesar. I was watching, Godzilla versus Techno Godzilla. My media diet these days is incredible. I have given up on modern media and am only doing classics. That means every night I am watching something good. I can't believe how good my media diet is right now. There is enough classics to keep you watching something good every night. I recommend the classics only media diet. I feel like I'm learning a lot really fast too. Because if they're classic, there's something to think about. If they have proven themselves over some long span of time, then it generally means that there's it's not going to be some mentally unstimulating First action protocol thought generation machine. I cannot talk smoothly and do the double gaming at the same time, and honestly, that's wonderful, and at this point, making me think that maybe I should just consider that a proof of a good game design. Yeah, if you find it hard to talk and play at the same time, what can critics say about the objectively good or bad quality of the game design? Oh god, I can't wait to get the channel and the routine in a place to where I'll never have to do that stuff ever again. Yeah, keep the good video game criticism flowing, but no more traditional video game criticism. I'm tired and it's a artistic dead end. There's still good video game criticism that can be done with other methods. I don't have to interact with any children defending their decision to purchase Star Wars Jedi Order for PC during the first 2 weeks ever again. It'll be great. That George Evangelion video. How do you find things to watch? A lot of times it's an intersection between a topic I'm already interested in going through, like Beowulf. Yeah, I found the 13th Warrior through Beowulf. I did Beowulf, and at the end of performing Beowulf for 4 hours, I kind of wanted to relax my brain and take a break and just sit back and relax and watch a silly popcorn movie. I know there are a lot of stupid, silly, bad Beowulf movies out there, and that there's the one I wanted to see from 2007. However, at some point in that process, I had second thoughts and was wondering if I really would enjoy the 2007 Zemeckis CGI Beowulf over some other offerings. I just googled best Beowulf movies, found a list of the best Beowulf movies, and the author had the foresight to put 13th Warrior at the top of the list. That's how I found it. I wanted to watch a classic Beowulf movie that was kind of a different Beowulf movie and not the Beowulf movie that turned out to be the right Beowulf movie. I could turn my brain off and relax, but still had good meat to think on. I couldn't stop thinking about that movie the next day because it was so good, and that's the process. That's the method. Find a topic you're interested in that you know a lot about, and try to relax with a classic that has proven some kind of test of time. Because 13th Warrior has its cult classic. It's a cult classic. It didn't get good reviews. It got good re-reviews later upon recognition. The Beowulf movie from 2007 didn't. It was 13th Warrior that won that contest. Find a classic that's a little weird and a little cerebral that intersects with an interest you know, and my God, you'll have a good night. And chances are there will be enough of those classics to keep you having several good nights.
Now, make me.
That ain't gonna happen long term. Right. I'm not gonna find any more Beowulf movies long term that'll hit that, but I'll find something. What was I doing last night? Because I feel like I remember having a good media diet last night as well. Yeah! I got back into Tolkien last night. J.R.R. Tolkien. Now that I know how poetry works, I have months of millennia worth of content to go through. I will never be bored for the rest of my life from the sheer virtue of now understanding poetry. So now that I know how poetry works, I tried to give the Tom Bombadil book a try, and it worked. I had a blast. The Tom Bombadil book, by J.R.R. Tolkien, this supplementary thing to Lord of the Rings that I rolled my eyes at when I was a teenager and now fully appreciate as an adult. God almighty, it feels so good to be reading Tolkien again. I feel like I'm a teenager, like reading these classics for the first time. This guy's genius has got to be some of the most approachable, well-humored, like nothing pretentious or frustrating or unapproachable about it. So the intro to the Tom Bombadil book is a faux scholarly, mock scholarly parody of the intro that scholars will put at the beginning of works of mythology. Let me read a sentence. I will now read to you I'm not saying how I'm gonna get the book, but that's another thing. I know that I have lots of entertainment ahead of me because the amount of hoops you gotta jump through to get this stuff are lower. Woo! Imagine a professor at a chalkboard slapping things down onto the board and absolutely losing themselves in the passion of their material. Literature class, mythology class, religious history class professor tapping away at the chalkboard, saying something like, "Now, the present selection I just quoted is taken from the older pieces, mainly concerned with legends and jests of the Shire at the end of the Third Age that appear to have been made by hobbits. And what we can gain from the textual evidence in Codex A is that it was likely Bilbo and his friends, or their immediate descendants, some say disciples, who authored this piece. But ultimately, the consensus is that the authorship is seldom indicated. Those outside the narratives are in various hands and were probably written down more from oral tradition. Now, in the Red Book, it is said that the poem number 5 was made by Bilbo, and number 7 by Sam Gamgee. But that's only because number 8 is simply marked SG, as any inscription may be accepted. Number 11 is also marked SG, though at most Sam can only have to have touched up an older piece of the comic bestiary lore, of which the hobbits did appear to have been fond of. In The Lord of the Rings, Sam states that number 10 was a traditional method in the Shire of metric rhythm. He is like, actually, this is insane. I had no idea that Tolkien's fantasy world building extended for thousands of years into the mythology being studied by scholars. That they're in So you're telling me that the Lord of the Ring Legendarium world building actually includes fantasy universities with fantasy scholars in the fantasy future, analyzing, doing fantasy textual analysis, and writing fantasy dry prefaces to the surviving editions of the mythology that I there's no way I can explain this as elegantly and beautifully as it is to read it. I love my media diet right now. This is the kind of media diet everyone should have. Also, Tom Bombadil's kind of a dick. He's also kind of hilarious. It's a little funny, though, that the prose blew me away, but the poetry did not. The poetry was amusing. That preface, though, that's such staggering genius that it blew me away. J.R.R. Tolkien's poetry is fine. His prose, though, Jesus Christ, I can't. It's insane. Like, I'm wondering how people are gonna be coping with that guy's influence in the future. Like, is there going to be a similar debate that over the existence and individual authorship? Is J.R.R. Tolkien the Homer of English? There is no coping. Lun dun 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 dun. Lun dun 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 dun. Aha! I like how I'm actually getting into a rhythm of being a little strategic about the free hits I can occasionally squeeze in with the game over screens. Man, shmuppin' and Metal Gearin' at the same time. Who would have thought it could be so fun? There is an interesting contrast with how the shmup ship requires small, precise maneuvers, and so does the arcade stealth. Snake has to squeeze himself into tiny little hiding spots with a similar kind of precision than your average shmup has to squeeze itself into whatever tiny little pixel of safe spots on the screen. Dun dun dun. La da da. Bum bum. Rum bum 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 bum. Ah dun 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 dun. Are you Black Hall, George? I don't know what that means. Another thing I'm trying to change about my behaviors is definitely being less terminally online. I want to read more books and make more art and be less online. I like not knowing what that means. I absolutely do know what being doomer-pilled means, and I think that absolutely has something to do with my productivity habits over the recent years. And getting out of that mindset has been a hard journey and a rewarding one that I do recommend other people try going through as well. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Da-da-da-dun. Ah! Can't quite do a perfect boss fight here. I think I've already taken quite a few hits, but I'm still loving how I've got it. I've got the rhythm now. I can't believe this, but like I'm having a way easier time processing all this. I think talking through the Roman history helped. It helped develop muscle memory because my consciousness was no longer thinking so hard about the game activity, which is an important teaching method for game sports coaches. Don't think about it so hard. Don't think about it so hard. Guys, give me, yo, Sugo7, Crimson Clover. Yeah, it is. Favorite shmup. Crimson Clover, Mushihame-sama. They're both on a level far above the rest. Dun 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 dun. So maybe if you guys want to see me actually get good, what I should do is talk my way through another topic. Give me another topic that you want to hear me talk about that I probably know really well, that folds into one of these interests or another. A pill is an ideology, a skew ideology. I think that's impossible. Always a skew ideology. Good luck, buddy. Tell me how well that goes. Tell me what language you'll use to tell me how that goes. What food utensils will you be using? What non-political video games and art will you be enjoying your non-politically allotted free time with?
No doubt about it.
If we gave you enough money, would you move to Japan? Yeah? Wait, no. Actually, I decided no. Japan's not the escape plan. Germany might... no. Canada's the escape plan.
They were using a soldier.
Don't commit to a single ideology. Yeah, of course, and honestly, I don't know if anyone really ultimately does. If you give me enough money to move to Japan, I'll probably move to Canada instead after multiple trips and deciding how the social situation works over there and how I don't know if I'd really be better off in long term. You know, I already have a lot of friends in Canada. I don't think I'll have to change things too very much in order to enjoy political stability again. Gunvein is a new shmup that rivals Cave's quality. I recommend it if you haven't checked it out. Oh, when it comes to Cave quality though, and Crimson Clover in particular, isn't Crimson Clover like an actual no-frills one-person project? Like one guy polished this up over 12 years or something? Not rich enough. Gotta be Zuckerberg rich to go to Kiwi, Hawaii. Yeah, no, I don't... Oh, sweet, hell yeah! We got a $100. Here's some Japan, Canada grocery money. More so grocery money for now. But more, thank you. That's a good thing to feel, because I was worried about going overdraft at the end of the day. And now, wait, let me actually check my bank account. I think I'm fine, because if you go overdraft in the middle of the day and then pull it back, I don't think they charge you. Jesus Christ, why am I telling Twitch this? Ah, the transfer still hasn't processed. Damn. Oh well. Anyways, thank you for the $100. Yes, it is very important. I am working my way out of poverty, but some of it still happens. I got big debts to pay off. I will have big debts to pay off for a while. That is going to be eating up my money, in addition to the more expensive expenses of taking care of my elderly mother. I'm moving to Weed Town. If I move away from my building, I might move to Colorado and see what it's like to live in Weed Town. However, if I move the country, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Canada. Yeah, I'll move to Canada. I'll see what Weed Town is like in Canada instead. Crimson Clover was developed by a single pro player, yes. Okay, so Subi7 no, we have a actual shmup fan in this chat who who might know some of the trickery going on behind the scenes. How the shmup, some of the magician's trickery making this look more impressive than it really is. But the shmup games are all about that. It's about having something on the screen that just looks utterly ridiculous, but what you feel in your head and like the symbology of what your eyeballs are ultimately focused on the screen is very precise and comprehensible and doable. And it really feels good to see such a visually spectacular result. So combining that with another game really just amplifies what's already great about shmup. What's already great about shmups, rather. Okay, so I believe I have to follow Meryl in the bathroom now, while shmupping at the same time. I can't believe how far I've made it and how much better I'm actually getting at the shmup as I go on too. I don't know if I'm getting substantially... Oh god! I don't know if I'm getting substantially better at Metal Gear Solid 3 in a big way, but definitely shmup. Crimson Clover. Damn. I'm schmupping Meryl. I'm schmupping Meryl at the same time as I'm playing Crimzon Clover, at the same time as I'm answering Twitch chat messages, at the same time as I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 1. Ah! Okay. What's a topic? Give me a topic to keep the mouth moving. I want to see if I perform this well while thinking out loud at the same time as playing these two games. This whole stream is just about mental overstimulation experiments, isn't it? Give me an activity to talk about, a topic to talk about, something that'll make the mind wander. Let's see if I can keep it up. What will it take to break me and turn me into an utterly unfunctioning vegetable? Was Phil Spencer pressured? Pressured into what? I haven't been keeping in touch with the news. What did he get? Oh, closing the Xbox Live Arcade. Yeah, I know. I have not been following the news much. I don't know the primary details. I do know that old video game stores go away, and that electronic purchases are ethereal and non-material, and that this might be an advantage of the classics-only media diet. It's called Sports or Being a Musician. Opinions on the Xbox black hole swallowing the games industry. Consolidation is bad. I was very disappointed at how many kids who are my audience that I have to market to apparently welcome consolidation, and I don't even want to think about that anymore. Yeah, consolidation's bad. I truly wonder how interesting. It's not. The problem has been well documented. There are smarter economists. I'm not an economist. Economist. I can't even say the word right. I couldn't give you a fully complete explanation about why consolidation is bad, but right now I will. Okay, let's think through a explanation about why corporate consolidation is bad, specifically within the context of Xbox game studios expanding to cover up the game industry, and why so many kids are defending it. Because, oh god, should I even? Alright, what? Talking fuck. Let's do a talking fuck run. Yeah, opinions on the Xbox black hole swallowing the game industry, I would say, are remarkably uninteresting and normal opinions, because nowhere else in the world will you ever find more complicated, nuanced opinions, more defensive opinions about corporate consolidation than you will in the world of video games. And most every other the industry that I can think of, every normal person knows that it would be a super bad thing for one company to eat up a huge chunk of all the other companies, because it decreases the amount of competition going on, which is going to increase the price of the product and decrease the quality of the good, and potentially butterfly into political corruption as well as the business corruption as the profits and power expand into increasingly larger realms. That does not sound that complicated or fascinating to me to explain. And having to explain something like that for the 60th goddamn time can really, really grind on one when the audience doesn't seem to be able to listen. That is all. That's the answer to that question. I have no idea how this opinion pervades gaming microphones. It's interesting battle passes. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna be playing games. So that's my opinion on Microsoft swallowing up the game industry. The economics going on are very, very old hat at this point. Predictable, routine. People need to change for it to change. They already know why it's bad and why it should change. The next step required is actual action, which is for consumers to just Eventually grow tired of the damn stuff. It'll happen eventually. They all grow up eventually, right? Genres change, trends change. Positive note, Bethesda unionized, which is cool. Yes, yes, unionization is going to be a good thing. This will directly counter the consolidation by decreasing the amount of budget they have for acquisitions, increasing the amount of budget that's getting spent on wages instead. Been engaging way less with video games since PS2. Does that mean I'm doing it? Is it a classics-only media diet? I love how, like, Snake just has to walk away from the bathroom for a few frames. Give Snake a minute. He's not sure. He doesn't want to go in quite yet. Now he's going to go in. Now that I got the screen clear. Damn, come on.
Don't move.
Okay, let's see if I can shmup my way through a whole cutscene. Oh, what a fun little metagame challenge I just came out. Damn, no, I'm pressing the square button too much. Got it. Got it. I mean, protest the state of the industry by not engaging. Yes, yes, you are. Metal Gear Solid has crashed. I also think it's been a while since I've saved.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
Yeah, we crashed. We crashed.
Got it.
Got it. Okay, so, whew. Third crash tonight.
Got it.
I think
Got it.
I had the fire button held down when a new cutscene was loading in, and oh shit, I just accidentally closed the wrong game.
Got it.
I had the fire button held down while a new cutscene loaded in. I think having these buttons held down is doing something to the system here, but since I accidentally closed Crimzon Clover and still have about 20 minutes of usual stream time left, I'll start up a new instance of Metal Gear. Let's load game. Oh, we're back at the canyon. Okay, damn, that's a long time. Well, oh no. Okay, well, the Dock A tank hangar nuke building. I think the nuke building is more or less right about where we left off. Hey, okay, the saves are not corresponding to the text on the screen. This is not the nuke building. Well, that's also not the nuke building. Well, in any case, I have an idea. How is Dog doing? He's sleeping peacefully on a comfy blanket under my desk, and come to think of it, I think I did hear a little bit of a rumble, thunder, and I sure did not hear any kind of response from him. Now, I have a very ambitious idea in mind. Don't know how good of an idea it is. And it might just completely break on stream because I didn't technically prepare for this one. I see my idea failing to launch my idea is not launching. Okay, what's another idea? Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll use this one. I see we're having issues launching new game executables while all the OBS Metal Gear Solid business is running. By the way, the Snapper Wolf actress kind of has a hashtag to support vocal work. I don't know if you heard that. Maybe she'll dig the fact you were doing the Iliad. I'm gonna throw any darts at the wall at this point. The Sniper Wolf voice actress. Let me look her up and do that right now on stream. Has George played Hunt Showdown recently? Good news, everyone. The last time I tried to play Hunt Showdown, it evoked a disgust reaction in me. I'm leaving it at that. I have not felt the temptation to play Hunt Showdown in multiple weeks. And the last time I played Hunt Showdown was 2 weeks and some change ago. And I didn't do well at the match at all. I wasn't that interested. I wasn't very invested in doing well. I didn't get sucked in and immersed. In fact, I couldn't really get my eyes to super duper zoom in on the little window of the game world at all, and the peripheral vision of the outside world seemed a lot more alarming to me than usual and calling to me. And I am attributing that to my mindset at the time, and how I was in the thick of a rescheduling process that was causing me to reprioritize a lot of things to get me productive again. But also because I guess I now know what it's like to be addicted to a video game. Why can't I get any of these other games to launch? Well, I'm not out of good ideas yet. If I can't launch a good idea out of Steam, maybe I can launch a good idea through a different method. And maybe just have a completely wild idea straight out of left field that no one will see coming. Yeah, alright. We're gonna Metal Gear Solid at the same time we engage in horrifically terrifying cognitive dissonance. Oh, I gotta slide the windows around a little bit, but just the movement. This is good. This is gonna be a good one. Okay, so let's get rid of the options menu somehow. Okay. So what match was I working on here? What place is Snake going to? Let's get this options menu off. Oh, god damn it, no! Damn. I accidentally ended the turn too early. Their anti-radar's closing in. Oh, I minimized the Twitch chat. So, I am playing a game that Solid Snake would absolutely hate. At the same time as the Solid Snake game. No, stop. There's weird lag. Okay, so that's the back out. And also, I gotta get used to the controls again. After... oh god. The stakes are too high. No, Snake, please. It's not like this shmup. They... No, no, don't definitely don't save. Oh boy, okay. Snake, there's a lot of lives riding on making sure I make the right move, okay? If we screw up, a lot of people aren't gonna be going home. No, wrong button. Okay. Get up. No, go down. Select. Fire. Click. No! Run away, run away. Okay, I can make some ground while the animation plays. Yeah! So the idea for this metagame is going to be timing up Snake's moves with the... Okay, you know what? Let's just actually start a whole new Advance War from scratch. Does George know how many reaction videos were based on his? No. Do I want to know? Okay, I'd like to start a new match. I think that would be a much cleaner way to experience what some kind of side-by-side dual-wielding Metal Gear Solid to strategy game action is like. The first time I tried it, I thought shmupping to Metal Gear Solid would be impossible. And after a few hours of, feeling out the muscle memory with the easy mode, I do think it actually could be doable on harder modes. So what was the method I worked out earlier? It was like, let's put body armor on him. Okay, so the choke button is gonna cancel. I need to put Snake, activate first. There we go, now I can move forward. Thinking of it as a puzzle game might actually help. This will be quite a different rhythm. Okay, so let's... No, I didn't mean in the turn, I meant in the match. Where's the fast forward button on this thing? This is just George trying to find harmony. Wait, I should be using this to get across the gap. That was the big, progress blocker earlier. Okay, and hold. Oh, come on, I was way past the safe clearance. Exit map, return to mode select, yes, and let's definitely use a different filter. Bilinear plus. Yeah, this one doesn't look too bad. No, oh, I wanted to... Options... Yield, that's what I want, yes. I wanted to load one of the earlier War Room levels. Turn-based rhythm to Metal Gear Solid. Oh, wait, let me put in a turn before I send him across. Managing his crouching is a little trickier, though, because in a strategy game, like, all about selecting things with a cursor, I'm pressing the universally video game recognized OK button. How does it feel to be one of the first to predict the Hitman crew would make a James Bond game? Like something everyone... It makes me feel like my colleagues are not up to snuff, to be honest. Okay, let's get him down. That map off the screen. Don't sell yourself short. I don't think it was me I was selling short. Am I seriously becoming the kind of person who plays Metal Gear Solid at the same time as other games for fun? What do I mean? I was just always that kind of person. I'm only now actually doing what I was always meant to do. It does take a bit of courage to state the obvious, yeah. No, the sentiment was always that Hitman's developers have been seeming like they have wanted to make a James Bond game for time immemorial. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Let's end the turn during an advantageous time. Certainly a cooler approach than when EA had the Bond license. Or like, even Rare. I don't... Why... What is it about the James Bond franchise that had game... developers in the 90s deciding that they should make first-person shooters? Like, Bond is a social character. Yeah, that's the first thing that always felt weird to me, even as a kid, is a James Bond game where he's not on the screen. Like, he is a screen presence. You don't watch the movies for the combat. You watch them for the guy. I think the EA Bond games are fine. There's one that I thought was fine when I was a kid, and it was the one where William Dafoe, a bad CGI William Dafoe, is a villain. Was it called The World Is Not Enough? It was a cool third-person action game where you just mash buttons on the controller and James Bond does cool action movie stuff without you really having to try. And, you know, I enjoy a good first-person shooter and appreciate GoldenEye for what it did. However, Perfect Dark is the better game, and James Bond never had any business just being a first-person shooter game. Everything or Nothing, that was the one. Yeah, I remember really liking that one, specifically because it felt like I was playing a true-to-the-brand James Bond game. I've never gotten that feeling with the first-person shooters, not a single one of them. Oh, wait, Japanese game. There was a Game Boy one, the Game Boy, it was a Zelda-style adventure, where you had to talk to people, you had to solve clever puzzles. It was definitely a much more interesting situation than pointing and clicking on bad guys. From Russia with Love was the evolution of James Bond 00. I remember that being a kind of quasi-sequel. I never did get around to playing with that one. I remember the review scores kind of leaning slightly lower than Everything or Nothing, but that's the concept. When I close my eyes and think of the good James Bond games, it's not GoldenEye or Nightfire that comes in my head, it's those. Even though in the grand scheme of things, obviously, me and most other people have absolutely played more of the first-person shooters. There just simply are more first-person shooters than there are third-person stuntman action games. Third-person action adventures. Is that what the kids are calling that? That kind of adventure these days? Bro, what are you doing, though? Like, who would want to be first-person Indiana Jones? Right. Who would want to be first-person Buzz Lightyear? Even being first-person Spider-Man is kind of a hard ask, considering how much dizzier it would be, how much more nauseating it would be to be Spider-Man versus watch Spider-Man. Ah! At least the strategy game's going well. You know what? Come to think of it, I don't know how bad I can screw this one up. Gotta go the Rockstar approach, where first or third person is always an option. Unironically? Maybe. It's outside the budget. Certainly presents controller scheme issues. But if you wanna appreciate the cool character for being a cool character, and also appreciate yourself for your own cool gamer skills, maybe this hybrid first-third experience is the way to go. I am seeing it's already happening here in the timeless classic Metal Gear Solid. The Game Boy's audio is all fucked up, by the way. This is hilarious. Dun, 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 dun. Am I making good strategic decisions? Let me know in Twitch chat if I'm making the same kind of strategic decision you would make. Let me know in Twitch chat how you would more effectively utilize the lives and deaths of hundreds of tiny little computer men for horrific purposes. Wait, I can end the turn. There we go. No! Come on! Rum-bum-ba. There's a new first-person Indiana Jones coming out? That's interesting. Oh, I think I made a bad strategic decision. I moved my artillery into artillery range. That's not how you're supposed to use artillery. Jesus. Let's see what a different area is like. Let's see what battling Ocelot and playing the Advanced Wars is like at the same time. Just making a selection explodes the wall. Oh, Wolfenstein Studio making it? That could work. Yeah, BJ Blazkowicz is still a fun character, even though he's first person. Oof. I like how I got down on the ground on my belly just in time to dodge a bullet.
Hiding won't help you. I understand the bullets. I make them go where I want. I love to reload during a battle. There's nothing like the feeling of slamming all right. Alive. Let's go.
Unfortunately, it's taking all my attention.
You better hurry up. The old man's not gonna last too long. Don't you want to settle this?
Okay.
You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. But I'm just getting warmed up.
What ethnicity is George? I'm going Slav. Google my well-known surname.
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
You need to find how.
There's something really morbid
Who's that?
about a Metal Gear Solid cutscene playing at the same time as the combat animations of Advanced Wars in the same hands of the same gamer. This is morbid, this is macabre. Metal Gear Solid is a game about the cognitive dissonance of violence. It's about,
amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing
about
even
war
today.
being bad, and Advanced Wars is famous for underplaying how bad war is and creating some very funny cognitive dissonance as a result.
Waste stacked this high.
George should look up his ancestry like Anderson Cooper. I don't have to, I can just Google the last name and I'm good. That's...
They try to pretend like it'll go away.
Essentially, yes. And they're not even doing a good job of storing it. Many of the drums are corroded, with nuclear waste seeping out of them.
Unbelievable.
Not only that, but several pounds of muff.
I'd move everyone to the center of the battlefield and hope the two sides sort out their differences without violence. Ooh-wee. I'm doing my video, on the Kriegspiel, on the war games, the wargaming traditions, and I watched Waterloo to try and feel a little inspired and pumped up to get to work on that one, and that was rough. God, what a movie.
Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but...
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example, potassium chloride or oxides, but we won't be able to tell.
Why did she
without doing
pick
an
those
autopsy.
two? Wait, no, this is the psychologically complicated characters of Metal Gear Solid coming out. She mentioned those two for a reason, I swear, you guys. That's the liar slipping, right?
There's a lot of electrical interference coming from there.
She betrays us later. She has some kind of plan in mind that had her slip just then.
Try moving away from in that
Jesus
area.
Christ, this game is so...
Snake,
Oh.
get hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing?
I have not played the new Homeland, nor do I even know what that is.
No.
I think we can
sure?
assume that if anyone asks me if I played the latest or watched the latest,
Right.
Snake,
not. The answer is
counting
no.
on you.
Classics only media diet. It's the way to go, kids. The actual unironic way to go. It's capitalism. Oh my... Yeah, no, come on. Come on. My fellow begrudged leftist-leaning millennials and Gen Xers and Zoomers here. If you seriously have the convictions where your mouth is saying they are, then we would have no problem adapting to this classics-only media diet stuff. Does throw a wrench in their plans, and it does ensure... It does make you smarter. You learn a lot way faster about the world when you're on a classics-only media diet. I swear, I feel it happening. Have you guys not noticed the difference in my intellect over the past 6 months? Doing the classics-only media diet makes you smarter, makes you happier. Okay, so potassium chloride is a good food additive, so it can't be that poisonous. She was talking about drugs that give people a heart attack. So, someone who is lying about, how they want to sabotage a mission to get... I know, it's so convoluted. How they want to sabotage Snake's mission to get revenge for Snake killing her brother. Why would she bring up the potassium chloride? There's gotta be a reason. There's gotta be some reason why the person in the production chain picked that word, and there's gotta be some reason why she would get specific when they come to talking about poisons. She might not even necessarily be planning on using potassium chloride, so much as just the mental assumption coming up in an odd way from a character who we know is having to choose their thoughts carefully. Only living in the past is an imbalance. Imbalance is anathema. Making hyperbolic statements sounds like a imbalance. Dun, 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 dun. Because for the vast, overwhelming majority of human history, consuming so much new stuff so fast and being so regularly disappointed in it over and over and over again is absolutely not the way human beings were always meant to be. So don't come at me with some kind of imaginary ideological conception of what imbalance is even supposed to be. Because I don't think you really know either. Potassium chloride is used as the final drug in the 3-injection sequence of a lethal injection as a form of capital punishment. Induces cardiac arrest, ultimately killing the inmate. Okay, there we go. Association. Naomi thinks that Snake is guilty of a crime. If she's aware that this is a poison that they use in the lethal injection stuff, she might be thinking that Snake is about to get his duly just capital punishment for committing murder. She, oh my god! No, this is it! This is it! She has murder on her brain all the time. She does genuinely believe, a psychologically complicated character, Naomi here, is under genuine convictions that Snake is a criminal murderer who got away with it. When Snake tells Naomi that he kills Big Boss, remember Naomi's reaction? It was, "That's patricide! Your men are monsters!" She already is against him. She's thinking of capital punishments for the crime of a murder, not immediately consciously. The association with the kind of poison they use for that came up. Jesus Christ, this game. Oh my god. Isn't she a patriot? Shut up. No, right now she's, don't even say it, Twisted Operator. Right now she's paranoid, she's panicked, she's going on a really weird revenge quest, and she is cracking under the pressure of how it's all coming out. And that is why she said the words potassium chloride when talking about drugs that you can inject someone with that gives someone a heart attack, is because she is thinking of the kind of punishments that are about to be meted out to Snake. And even if even if Kojima didn't know that was Even if the people in question didn't know that that would be the connection, it happened regardless in a subconscious way, just as it would have with the character. Okay, unfortunately without a real-time effect, it's too easy to dedicate exclusive focus to one of the two. Yeah, I'm not under a lot of pressure to keep Snake moving in the same way that I am when shmupping at the same time as I'm magussin.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
One from a prison?
You're the Colonel's niece.
Can you guys hear the audio lagging?
It's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before.
So
I
many good
wasn't
line
sure if you were
reads.
one of the good guys.
Even in slow motion when the audio's all glitching out, it's still funny.
It's your eyes.
My eyes.
They're not soldiers' eyes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, they're beautiful, compassionate eyes.
How just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry, you'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why did you look so surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
You...
Did you ever play Police Nuts? Yeah. So your do history courses, George, I do an audio drama of the Iliad where I'm releasing my masculine urge to do history classes. Do you think Solid Snake smells bad? He does smoke after all. Yeah, I think Solid Snake's, I mean, come on, we all know how tight that sneaking suit is pressing up against his ass and how much running and cardio he's been doing for the whole night. Right, he's been woken up in the middle of the night and put into this skin-tight, ass-hugging sneaking suit. I imagine some of it would have washed off with the water, though, but yeah, still not, like, objectively good of a smell.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be...
I still can't believe there's no way to speed these up or, skip them outright. In any case, I just checked the time, and I gotta start thinking of some way to extract. I mean, wrap this up. My brain is so tired, though. Obviously, the talking's coming slower. Ugh. The sleeping schedule's a little more normal these days. I'm still not gonna tell anyone the number. My sleeping schedule is literally more embarrassing than my banking account right now. And both are pretty bad. Yeah. Shouldn't beat myself up too hard. Made some good improvements. Hope you're doing well, George. I'm doing better. I just saw a beautiful animation glitch. Okay, you know what? That's a good night. A good hearty laugh and a nice silly animation glitch in the middle of this awful cacophony. The YouTube video title is gonna be really fun. What is it, like Metal Gear Monday? Multitasking, no, dual-wielding Metal Gear Solid at the same time as Crimson Clover World History while delivering a complete lecture on the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. There we go.